Guido Maiello, University of Gießen, Dimitri Bene, David Rudrauf, and Fabio Solari, University of Genova. We are going to give this tutorial. A brief introduction in order to explain the motivation. We are in ISMAR conference, one of the main conference in virtual and augmented reality systems. And we know that right now we have a lot of systems, a lot of devices for augmented reality and for virtual reality visualization, a lot of devices for interacting in such systems, such devices. We have vision-based techniques. We can interact by using controllers. We have a more sophisticated system like haptic gloves. But we should not forget that inside such kind of systems, we have a human being. And we have to understand how this human being perceives the virtual and the augmented reality environment, and how his or her perception will affect interaction. So the motivation of this tutorial is to understand whether the exposure to augmented reality or virtual reality can reshape or alter our perceptual processing by tapping to the brain's significant ability to adapt to changes in the environment through neuroplasticity. We have to understand how to design successful augmented or virtual reality systems. But before doing this, we must first understand the functioning and the limitation of our perceptual and cognitive system. The main motivation is at the end to design augmented or virtual reality technologies that are able to actually stimulate our senses and maximize user experience. For this reason, we are going to give a series of brief talks addressing some aspect of perception and interaction into virtual and augmented reality environment. This is the agenda of this tutorial. I will start in a few minutes by talking about ecological interaction in virtual, augmented, and mixed reality. Then Fabio Solari will talk about ecological perception in virtual and augmented reality by showing a computational model. Then we will have Giovanni Maria Farinella from the University of Catania that will talk about feature prediction and first-person vision. Then Dimitri Bene from the University of Milano Bicocca will talk about active vision insights for mixed reality designs. Guido Maiello from the University of Gießen will talk about understanding the link between our eyes and hands in the real world to design better virtual worlds. And last but not least, David Rudrauf from the University of Geneva will talk about modeling human consciousness to enable human-like processing and behaviors in robotics and virtual agents. So our tutorial is a multidisciplinary approach that will cover different aspects of perception interaction in virtual and augmented reality systems. We would like to thank you for attending this tutorial, and we hope that we will give some insight and we will open future discussion in this open and wide topic. Now I think that we are ready to start with the first talk that I will give. So a few minutes and a few seconds in order to switch the slides, and we can actually start. Of course, for starting, you know that you have the WOVA app, and by using the app, you can ask questions. So I'm going to read the questions on the WOVA app. Also, the ones that are attending by using YouTube could ask questions. And by using the app, you can. And again, we will answer the questions you are asking by using YouTube. And of course, everyone who is inside the room, this tutorial room, the yellow room, could raise his or her hands and ask questions. And we are very happy to answer the question and open discussion. For all the speakers, another puntualization, everybody will have 25 minutes plus 5 time for discussion. We have a quite tight and script program, so but we have also half an hour in the middle of the tutorial to have a break, of course, to have lunch for the ones that who are attending the tutorial from Europe, and the coffee break for the ones who are attending the tutorial from Brazil and North and South American and all over the world. Thank you very much. And I'm switching to the first talk. First talk is ecological interaction in virtual, augmented, and mixed reality. I would like to start with a video. It is a video from Mecha Training, which is a company who is delivering, selling and developing virtual reality software, virtual reality environments for training. I have chosen this video since it is a very nice and a state-of-the-art of the virtual reality product in training. But I would like to start from this video to point out some aspects of interaction that I would like to discuss with you today. In this video, you can see a guy in the bottom left who is wearing an H-mounted display and is interacting in the virtual environment by using the controllers of the H-mounted display. So you see that inside virtual reality, he can touch some parts, the parts of this specific engine. And in virtual reality, the part that he is touching are highlighted in green, and some information are displayed. For example, the name of the components of the engine are displayed. And if you go, if we go on with video, you can see that now the guy is going to disassemble the engine, so to remove various parts of the engine in order to understand how this specific engine is composed, is assembled, and the part that the components that are actually composing the engine. I would like that you focus on specific actions. For example, this one. Okay, for example, look at this. We can imagine that this part of the engine is quite heavy. And I would like to show you how the guy is grasping. In the real world, is grasping this part of the engine by using the controller. So is handling the controller and is just pressing a button in the controller. And if you see the hand, now the hand is closed in a manner that is, let me say, non-natural, since we can think about this part of the engine like a heavy part of the engine, and this kind of grasp is something that is non-natural. We can go on with this the video, and for example, we can also see that now the guy is taking some instruments, some specific instruments, and again, if we focus on the way how he's manipulating the instruments, it is not it is not natural. So we can discuss what such kind of systems are useful for. For example, these virtual reality systems for maintenance and training are very useful to familiarize with objects and instruments. For example, to understand the name and the functioning of specific objects and how to use them. Such system is also useful to learn specific procedures. For example, how to assemble the engine or how to disassemble the engine. So to understand and to learn the specific relationships between different parts of the engine, how they are composed, and how to assemble this specific object. But the system is not useful to learn how to handle objects and how to perform actions. For example, how to grasp objects. And this frame highlight what I have already shown to you before. So we cannot understand the right manner to handle an heavy object by using virtual reality, or, for example, in particular, this kind of virtual reality. And it is not useful for learning how to use specific instruments. For example, we are not able to learn how to use a screwdriver by using this tool. Let's see another example. For example, this is an example of virtual reality, not immersive virtual reality, but virtual reality for rehabilitation. For example, this is an application for the rehabilitation for people affected by Parkinson. Now, I'm not going to focus on this specific tool, but on the application, so rehabilitation. Or these other examples show a virtual reality system for stroke rehabilitation. In this case, people are asked to manipulate simple objects, for example, these pieces, these parallelepipeds. And you can see in the bottom right part of the video that in this case, the user is not handling any kind of controller, but the leap motion is used. So we are in this situation, in this example, a vision-based technique is considered. If we go inside the video, you can see different examples. It is quite a typical application for rehabilitation, for example, for stroke rehabilitation. And again, this video opens some questions and some discussion about the real use of virtual reality and also augmented reality for stroke or Parkinson rehabilitation, in general for rehabilitation, medical rehabilitation. Again, we can discuss what we can effectively do inside such kind of systems. For example, we can create different situations characterized by a high level of realism. So not just exercise in an hospital room, but contextualized exercises. We can create ad hoc, non-real situation and scenarios. This is the case of virtual reality exposure therapy, where we can create specific situation in order to rehabilitate people from, for example, fear from spiders or the fear of hate. We can increase engagement and motivation. This is the case of post-stroke rehabilitation. So we can create a highly motivating environment and exercise. We can exploit gamification. So we can personalize the activities. So we can increase the difficulties of the exercise or decreases with respect to the actual level of the people that we are going to rehabilitate. Then we can also collect and analyze a lot of data, many kinds of data. For example, we can collect movements, the trajectories, physiological data. And it is very important, not only for the people that we are going to rehabilitate, but also for the doctors, for the physicians that are going to control the rehabilitation. But again, it is very difficult to achieve an ecological and natural interaction. This is both the case of using controllers, like the first case, the case in industrial training, or the case when we use touchless vision-based interfaces. We cannot do specific actions. This is again the case of grasping. It is very difficult to grasp objects like in the real life. So again, grasping, it is not the real grasp. We don't have, or at least we have a different haptic or tactile feedback. And again, we have to pay attention to this fact. So we are going now to I'm going to explain to you, to show to you some experiment trying to go more deeply inside these open problems in virtual and augmented reality. Let's start from interaction and how we can interact in an ecological and natural way in virtual or in augmented reality systems. I'm going to show to you an example, a comparison among the use of controllers and the use of touchless vision-based interfaces. And at the end, I'm also going to show first attempt to consider haptic feedback and a different kind of interaction. Let's consider a very simple experiment that we have devised in our laboratory. We have devised this a game like the shape sorter children game. So the exercise is very simple. The user is in a virtual environment, in an immersive virtual environment, and is asked to grasp an object and put the object in the corresponding hole. So sphere inside sphere, triangle inside triangle, and so on. And we have compared the use of lip motion, so a vision-based touch interface, with respect to the use of the ATC Vive controller, so the controllers that are sold by with the headset. Very quickly, I can show you the exercise. So you can see the exercise by with the controller. In this case, the girl is handling the controller. She is looking for the object, taking the object and putting the object in the correct position. So this is a snapshot of the exercise. So you can see on the monitor what she's actually seeing. And the same in this other example, so the same exercise by using the lip motion. The lip motion is attached on the headset, and she is going to perform the same experiment. We have performed the experiment by considering a number of subjects, both children and adults, and we have collected a number of measurements, and now I'm focusing on the completion time. So the time necessary to put all the objects in the correct position. We can see in these slides that by using the ATC Vive controller, people need a considerably less time to complete the task. So both the mean and the median values of the exercise completed with the ATC Vive controller is 1/3 less than the same exercise completed with the lip motion. Also, the variance of the measurement is higher by using the lip motion. So it means that by using a more, let me say, more natural interface like lip motion is more complicated in terms of time to complete the task. Why this? We can discuss a lot. We don't have the time to deeply discuss these results, but we can say that the controllers are characterized by robust tracking algorithms. So the algorithms, the lighthouse tracking system or the ATC Vive base station is very robust. Controllers are not affected by occlusions. So we have the two base station and we don't need to keep the controllers in the small field of view like it happens with the lip motion. That is a vision-based solution. So we should maintain our hand inside the field of view. Again, controllers are not dependent on a hand model like the lip motion is. On the contrary, lip motion is based on computer vision algorithms that are affected by problems due to illumination, to noise. They are affected by the limited, so big field of view of the lip motion, and they are dependent on an hand model. But we shouldn't forget that lip motion allows us to have bare hands interaction. That is extremely important. Okay, we have shown that by using controllers, interaction is more stable and people need less time to complete a task. But we have to consider also that people should always keep the controller in his or her hands. So we cannot handle other kind of instruments. It is very difficult to handle other instruments. It is why we have, there are other solutions. For example, the haptic gloves. Haptic gloves are allow us to have bare hands interaction, but also exploiting a more stable tracking modalities. So we have devised another experiment, a little bit more complicated experiment that consists in assembling the Ironman suite. So again, the task is grasp an object and put the object in a correct position. But in this case, we are going to assemble a suite. So it is a little bit more complicated, but again, we compared the controllers, the vision-based, so the use of motion, and we added the haptic gloves. The tracking of the haptic gloves is performed by using the same tracking system of the ATC Vive, but the difference is that we have our hands free. Again, we have computed the time to complete the task, and again, we see that the lip motion is the worst, so we need more time to complete the task with motion. Controllers again are the best solution. The haptic gloves, in this case the Manus VR, are in between the two. So we have a more stable interaction, but not as stable as the controllers are. Maybe again, it is a technical issue. So controllers works better since controllers are fully integrated in the tracking system of the headset, whereas the Manus VR are not so well integrated. But gloves are the most appreciated, and gloves allow us to have bare hands interaction. So I'm not going to give a conclusion. I'm just going to show you some problems and the fact that it is difficult and it is possible right now to say the best interaction modality is and to find out a solution. Maybe the most suitable solution is highly task dependent. It depends on what we are going to do, what you would like to achieve from the systems. And my aim is to open the discussion, not to find out a solution. And this is a very recent result. So we have a conference paper just submitted, and it is a work that we are currently continuing, and it is actually going on. But now I would like to show something that is in between virtual and augmented reality, in between virtual and real world. And I would like to show to you a prototype of interaction in mixed reality. So in order to try to overcome some of the problems that I have just shown to you in poor virtual reality systems, now I'm going to show a system that put together virtual reality and real environments. And this is a medical training system in mixed reality. So it is a work that we did in collaboration with the Advanced Center for Simulation of the University of Jena. And the idea is to put together the systems that are typically used for training with physical mannequins, so no virtual reality, no mixed reality, no augmented reality, but the use of very sophisticated physical mannequins equipped with a lot of integrated sensors and technologies that are able to replace the anatomy, the real physiology in answer to actions performed by students and doctors. They are very expensive. They cost hundreds of thousands of euros, but they have also some negative aspects. First of all, they cost a lot. Then they are characterized by a low level of truthfulness. Their appearance is like ours. So the medical doctors that are training with these mannequins act like acting on a dose. So contextualization and the sense of presence are not highly present with acting with such kind of physical mannequins. On the other side, there are a lot right now of systems inspired by virtual reality system for training. Virtual reality, again, able to insert the trainees directly inside the simulation, so different scenarios and a high level of visual realism can be proposed, so increasing the level of involvement. But again, the problems that I have presented to you some minutes before. So we are missing feedback. We don't have any tactile or haptic or force feedback. And interaction, again, is not ecological, like we have shown before. It is why we try to overcome the two issues, the issues, and we have developed this prototype of mixed reality training system. So the user is actually working on a physical mannequin, so he can touch the physical mannequin, he can exploit the presence of all the sensors in the physical mannequin, but at the same time, he is immersed in virtual reality. So we can add the contextualization, like in this brief video. We can immerse people, for example, by simulating a car accident in an urban environment. Of course, to achieve this, we need a perfect alignment between real and virtual. That is one of the main open issues in augmented and virtual reality. So the perfect co-localization between real environment and virtual environment. You can see that in this example, interaction is with bare hands, so we use a motion, and of course we have all the negative aspect of the motion. So what I have shown to you should not be forgot. So we still have the stability problem of the motion, but we can handle instruments, and at the same time, we can physically touch the mannequin. So we can, for example, perform a cardiopulmonary resuscitation or the other maneuvers. Mixed reality opens a lot of other problems. One is the precision of alignment that I have already mentioned, but it can provide us the haptic feedback. We can provide us the possibility of adding real and virtual instruments. And of course, we can exploit interaction with other devices. So again, the gloves that I have shown in the previous experiment. So ideally, to fuse together the two experiments is what we are going to pursue in the next future. I have a few minutes to go towards augmented reality. So we start from virtual reality. In the middle, we have the mixed reality. And also augmented reality has some open issues in terms of perception. And I'm going to show to you a very simple example again that show how perception affects interaction. Considering again augmented reality for maintenance and training. In augmented reality, we need a coherent alignment, a spatial contextualization. For example, if you wanted to achieve the system that we have on the left, and we would like to highlight real elements in an augmented reality system, we have to put something, and these virtual elements should be in the right localization, the right position. Again, if we have the example on the right, if we don't have a coherent alignment, so if we don't have a perfect spatial colocalization, it is difficult to decide whether, for example, the bike is, in this case, behind, below, beside the table. So perception, visual perception, is highly important in augmented reality. And we know that augmented reality can be achieved with different solutions. For example, we have optical see-through, like the HoloLens, or video see-through technologies. And we have recently performed a set of blind reaching experiments. So we have shown virtual elements added into the real world, and we have asked people to reach these virtual elements, and we have recorded and we have detected the position of the reaching in order to compare with respect to the known position, and also with respect to the same task performed in the real world environment. What we have is a comparison between video see-through, optical see-through, and also with respect to the real world. In this plot, we are showing the real depth of the objects on the x-axis with respect to the perceived one. If we start from the real world, that is the simplest case, we see that if I perform a blind reaching experiment, the real depth match the perceived depth. So people are able to perfectly reach the right position of an object that has been displayed. If we look at the video see-through and the optical see-through case, we see that there is a discrepancy between the real depth and the perceived depth. And this discrepancy is higher with optical see-through with respect to video see-through. I'm not going into the detail. We have presented the preliminary work on these issues at ISMAR 2 years ago, and now we have a more completed experimental validation that is currently under evaluation. And what the take-home message is that we must achieve the co-localization of real and virtual elements. And to achieve this, we have to pay attention to the registration of the device's reference frame, and we have also to consider our visual system and to perform the spatial calibration in a very precise manner. This is necessary in order to effectively interact in augmented reality system. Okay, this is all for this talk. Of course, I'm very happy to answer your question. You can write the question down or you can write to me. You can contact me by Twitter. You can visit my webpage. And I'd like to thank, of course, Fabio Solari, who is going to talk in a few minutes, and our PhD students and postdocs, Chiara, Giorgio, Razin, and Eros. Thank you for the attention, and I'm happy to answer your questions. I don't know whether there are some questions from the people inside the room. Okay, there are no questions. I think that Fabio Solari is going to start in a few minutes.
Okay, I can share my screen. Manuela, can I
Yes.
Can I share my screen?
Yes, I think that you can share your screen. Maybe wait for a few minutes.
Okay. Do you see?
Yes.
You can go full screen, maybe, Fabio.
Yeah.
I don't know why now the quality of the slides is poor.
Actually,
okay.
it's
I
fine
don't
for
know.
me. I see very well.
Okay. Okay.
Same.
Okay, thanks. Maybe also
You see very well?
in your presentation, the slide for me was not so sharp resolution. Maybe it depends on the connection. I don't know.
Now I see well.
Okay, well.
I think that you can start.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. And now we talk about perception in virtual augmented reality. That is the other aspect with respect to the interaction that Manuela presented before. I am Fabio Solari and I am coming from University of Genova, Italy. So, what about perception? We need to think of perception that is indeed a loop that is between the perception and the interaction. When humans look at the scene, normally is to explore, as is a form of action, or to act in the scene. And their action or interaction are based on perception of the scene. Our visual system, our visual perception is very, very specific. It has a large field of view, is a space variant resolution, has a stereoscopic vision with a very specific mechanical configuration that allow us to focus on specific object by looking from two different points of view, our eyes, and we are able to put in focus only what is in a volume around the fixation point that we perform accommodation. Thus, when we see a scene we see a scene from an egocentric point of view by exploiting what our sensor and brain provide us. Then, when we look at the scene, what we see is something of this left image. There's what we are looking at, it is in focus in an automatic way. Then, the resolution of object of the environment decrease towards the periphery. And we see a lot of the environment, a lot of the environment. So our field of view is very, very large. The standard device provides us a uniform resolution, thus nothing is in automatic way highlighted. We see details also toward the periphery, but normally we have a smaller field of view. So the perception of humans and what provide standard device is quite different. When you are in a VR or ER scene, we need natural perception in order to perform natural interaction. But the standard device provides us narrow field of view, uniform resolution, the possibility to see objects in depth by using stereoscopic display, but normally there is only one focus plane, the display. So we not accommodate where we are looking at, but we accommodate on the display of our headset. So I think that the computational model of visual perception can help to understand the better human perception interaction with the aim to improve the virtual reality and augmented reality design. So my presentation is about a very inspired computational neural model of the visual perception for action tasks. That means that there is no modeling of the recognition part. And then this computational model that is able to solve standard computer vision tasks is used to mimic human behavioral data, and we try to use our model to design a better virtual reality system. By example, by providing a foveated depth of field blur. So, when we talk about perception, we have to consider two paths. One is the where path that is devoted to action, and the other is devoted to recognition. So the what path. In our lab, we focus on the action stream. And to do this, we need a different processing stage. From the beginning, we have to model our retina in order to provide a non-uniform resolution. Thus, we implement the log polar mapping. Then we have to model the first stage of the visual pathway that are able to provide us disparity and flow that are the base for the perception of motion and depth of the object. And then also we can talk to higher area, for example, MSCT area that provide us with some simple scene interpretation, such as time to contact, focus expansion, surface orientation. We propose a neuromimetic architecture, but our aim is to capture only the essential aspect of the neural processing. not all the fine responses of the neurons in the pathway, but view-inspired processing of the scene. And in order to show you the need to transform the input image by using the log polar mapping. This is a non-linear transformation of the domain of the image. So it's a kind of strong warping of the original image. That is the image, this warped image, a representation of what is inside our brain as the neural representation of the world. Then we need to process this cortical image in order to extract properties about the world, for example, motion and depth of the object. To do this processing, we perform essentially filtering with the cortical image by using the receptive field that describe the responses of the neurons. Then we have also pooling, divisivity normalization, and so on. In order to analyze more complex aspects, we have to consider the pattern of the vector field that describe motion or depth. This is a vector field. Then we can approximate it by example by using Taylor approximation of the first order in order to describe it in basic deformation pattern that allow us to better describe the shape of the pattern of the vector field. I talk about vector field both for the motion, that is quite natural since the motion is the optic flow and is a vector field, but also for the depth. Since when we talk about a natural vision system, we have a divergence movement. That means optical axis of the two cameras are rotated towards a specific point. And then the pattern of disparity is not one-dimensional as for the parallel optical axis system, but provide a disparity field. And then we have, considering this specific configuration that, for instance, is the Helmholtz configuration, we can have horizontal and vertical disparity, and then we have a vector field. So the model is able to describe both motion and both depth as humans see the world. So we can start to talk a little more about this processing stage. The first one is the local polar map. And this is the retinocortical transformation, the transformation that transforms the image that is on our retina on the image that is in our brain. And this has a lot of useful properties, for example, wide field of view, high spatial resolution in the middle of our field of view, where is our fovea. So it is the region of interest, provide data reduction, and has also useful properties, geometrical properties such as invariance to rotation and scaling. However, as you have seen in the sketch of the previous slide, the log polar mapping introduces a decrease of spatial resolution toward periphery. And from a mathematical point of view, from a signal processing point of view, produce a distortion of local operators. Then, can see this sketch that allow us to better understand the transformation from the Cartesian space here, the Cartesian space, to the cortical space. This is the cortical space. This is a nonlinear mapping that takes a Cartesian image and the sampling in this not uniform way produce the cortical image. It is normally smaller and not linear, in the sense the middle of the image zoomed a lot and the periphery is compressed. If you perform the inverse polar mapping, this allows us to see how the model captures our kind of vision. High resolution in the center of the image where we are looking for, and then the decrease of the resolution. By talking about the discrete log polar mapping, we have an undersampling in periphery and the oversampling in the fovea. There are different kinds of processing, and we have tested that the best trade-off is to use the bilinear interpolation. Then, when we try to perform processing in the cortical layer, when we perform the cortical processing by using standard filter, the equivalent processing is using this kind of deformed filter, thus we are not able to get the same processing equivalent of the Cartesian domain. To solve this problem, we have to characterize the filter processing by considering mapped and matched filter. Is a way to show the difference in filtering in the cortical processing and in filtering in the Cartesian processing. By considering the bandpass filter, for example, we are using our filter, we can change orientation, phase, and scale. And we will see that there are constraints on the filter and on the log polar mapping in order to have equivalent processing in the Cartesian space and in the cortical space. By providing these constraints, we are able to analyze a Cartesian image performing a cortical processing and obtain a correct detection of a feature in the Cartesian space. Indeed, here we use this kind of a filter at the cortical level, and this kind of cortical filter is able to detect transition between dark and bright part of the image that change as a function of the position with respect to the fovea, and they are able also to detect the orientation of the edges, for example. We have then a model to detect the optic flow. We know the details since we have motion energy units that are provided by nonlinearity on the simple spatiotemporal filter. Then we have pooling, nonlinear pooling, nonlinearities, and so on, in order to be able to detect the optic flow. The same for the disparity, similar processing since we consider vector disparity. And then, since both are described by vector field, we can describe a vector field at the first order through its dyadic components, and through its dyadic component, we are able to describe the general vector field as an affine model, and then we are able to relate a real-world quantities to cortical descriptor directly, without performing any kind of transformation. And this works in practice in computer vision tasks. Now, the question is, this model is biodisparate, but it is also able to capture the behavior of data from psychophysics. So, it's able only to solve computer vision tasks, or it is also able to describe how humans perceive. We do this part of our research in collaboration with Peter Becks and Guido Maiello. We have devised 2 experiments in order to understand if our model is able to detect the position of the focus of expansion for the motion as the human observer. This is the experiment. This is an artificial stimulus that provide a perception of the focus of expansion. We have devised some rule on the cortical descriptor of the motion in order to be able to detect the position of the focus of expansion, and the results show us that there are a good qualitatively similarity between the behavior of the model and the human observer in order to detect the position of the focus of expansion. Specifically, these stars are different model parameters, and we can choose some parameter of the model to obtain human observer, to obtain a performance similar to the human observer. We performed a similar experiment for disparity estimation, where the stimulus, that is a corrugation of depth, is embedded in noise. And this is the scheme of the processing of the cortical image, what happens at the cortical level, in order to have what we perceive with respect to the ground truth and the correspondent equivalent retinal processing, in order to show that what we see or what we are able to model in the cortical pathway is similar to what happens in the Cartesian domain. And also in this case, the model shows a high level of agreement of human data. This is the sensitivity curve to the disparity for human, and this is for the model for different frequency of the corrugation of the depth. Now we can go to the last part. How we can use this modeled perception in order to provide better virtual and augmented reality system. We can add to specific aspect of our perception the accommodation that provide the depth of a field blur, that means is in focus only where in the volume around our fixation point, and then our log polar mapping, that means foveated image. We implemented it at pixel-wise level by using shadow in the Unity environments, and this is our system. This is the standard input. We provide the blurring related to the depth of field, that means is in focus on only the objects that are at the same distance with respect to the depth of the object in focus, and the log polar mapping that blur anything that is far from the foreground. We can bring it together in order to simulate our perception. This is an example how to model depth of field blur. This is related to the distance with respect to the object in focus and the object out of focus, and this provides us the blurring, the amount of blurring to put on the far object with respect to the in focus object. Then we approximate the log polar mapping by using multi-region foundation. This is an example, and then we use some processing to remove artifacts in order to get a good virtual image. We did an experimental setup, but we can show you only a pilot study since due to COVID outbreak it's not possible more to do experiment, and this is only a preliminary study. And indeed show that by using blur, the user performs better than without blur, and the error in perceiving the object, the correct distance, improve of around 25%. But this is a pilot study by using few subjects, so it is only a way to follow. Indeed, now we are investigating if our technique can mitigate cyber sickness. We developed a roller coaster and we perform the cyber sickness assessment without blur by using the embedded blur inside the Unity engine and our blur. And the preliminary results again seems that our blur produce less, but here we have very few subjects. So to conclude, the model of the perception can improve the design of augmented virtual reality system. For example, to increase cyber sickness if our results will be confirmed, or to simplify the rendering in order to discard the periphery. Another possible use is to use computational model to assess technologies without a human experiment, at least at the beginning. Or, as a future work, to improve the augmented reality system by using more complex visual features such as disparity range, flow pattern, and so on. We'd like to thank all the people who we worked in our lab at Vibris, Manuela Chesa and Chiara, Giorgio, and Rosine, and other people around the world. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Fabio. Are there questions for Fabio? There is David. David?
Yes. Sorry if you hear a baby crying. It's mine. It's my 6-month-old. Yes, Fabio, nice talk. Thank you. You focus. you focus on, at the end of your talk, to connect your approach to VR system and augmented reality on the inverse log polar transform to somewhat recover a blurred, quote unquote, retinal image. At the same time, your model incorporates computation and disparity and optic flows. And as you know, at the end, visual perception, but not only visual perception, is in 3D. So I was wondering, maybe not in terms of VR and AR application, and in terms of modeling the mind, don't you, how do you extract, or what can you do with all those parameters to actually end up not in a retinal referential, but in a more like a perceptual referential in 3D? If my question makes any sense.
Yeah. Do you mean that it is possible to use the internal representation of the cortex in order to reconstruct what we perceive?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because you focus mostly on the blurring, but I wonder, with all the parameters, can't you actually, the two eyes are used to make 3D inference, stereoscopic vision, but not only serve that purpose. And at the end, the output, quote unquote, the subjective output of the processing is a 3D world in perspective, as I will talk later. So I wonder how you can connect that to make inference about the structure of the 3D world.
Yeah, I think yes, we use blur since it is the simplest evidence of our visual perception, but indeed we can exploit how we perceive motion and depth in our brain. For example, I think it's possible to think that is also motion and depth can be seen as a kind of low polar, in the sense change with the distance, with the focus of our focus. And then this indeed can shape how we perceive the world. It is a little more complex indeed, but I think these are the next step.
Thank you. And one question, your current model, can you use it in real time?
For the blur, yes. Not for the disparity and optic flow.
Thank you.
Not yet. Okay, thanks.
So, Manuela, I think it's my turn.
Yes, it is
There
your
are no other
turn.
questions.
I was checking whether there were the questions for Fabio, but I think there are no questions. So I think that if you are ready, you can also, I think, start and having 5 minutes more.
So thank you, Fabio, and I'll go to this mine. The platform is very nice, actually. What I'm missing here, the possibility to see you in person, but also even to see your face. In any case, let's try to understand how it works. So I should click here, I guess, and then should share my screen. Yes.
Yes.
And probably you see now
Perfect.
the first slide.
Perfect. We see the first slide.
Okay. Thank you very much, Manuela, for organizing this, and thank you for joining the talk. I'm here between you and lunch, so I will try to make this less heavy as possible. In this talk, I'm going to present some research we did in the last 3 years in my lab toward future prediction in first-person vision. And the work I'm going to present is the outcome of different researchers and collaborators in my group, and also collaborators with the other groups worldwide. And you will see faces and names in this presentation. Please, if you have questions, please put them in the chat, and Manuela will help to deal with the questions. I will be happy to answer. Any research starts with imagination. So let's try to imagine that you have a possibility to wear a device, and this device has the possibility to see from your point of view, with your first person point of view. And in this case, this device helps you to understand what is the world and can support you in everyday living activities. So this imagination actually is not new. And already in 1945, Bush, when he was taught to the MEMEX machine, which was thinking for helping researchers also to take notes and reminding and retrieve information later, this idea of a wearable device was already there. And in this piece of work, as we may think, you can find Bush that taught the wearable device that can take picture from your point of view that can be useful and can be seen later for many purposes, also to remind yourself what you did. Actually, the idea to have a virtual assistant has been around for quite some time, and it is in a popular culture. For instance, in this movie, Air of 2013, the main characters fall in love with AI, and to let the AI be part of his own life, he wears earbuds anywhere, and in order to receive audio feedback, and from the AI can help the AI to see the world wearing a camera, and that time the camera was not wearing on the head, but was a smartphone in the front of jacket. Ideally, a wearable device which perceives the world from first-person point of view is a good machinery for implementing this kind of a virtual assistant. And we are talking about the wearable device with an egocentric camera to see the world from our perspective, different sensors to acquire gaze, depth, audio, and also a screen to provide feedback and to mediate reality to the user, and feedback also with audio, and of course a computing power on board of the device. So the good news is that in such a device already exists and are in the market. The prices are not really cheap. By the way, there are commercial devices that we can use a starting point to develop this kind of intelligent virtual assistants. And this kind of domain is not really new. Indeed, already in 1980s, Stillman proposed several prototypes of wearable device, and in 1990, at the MIT, some researchers were already able to augment the reality and make contest awareness. And in 1999, there was already this demo of Bershila, which was going around with his demonstrator backpack, very big, to demonstrate that you can see with the AI can see with your point of view, can recognize findings, and can help you to understand the world. And in 2020, wearable vision was mainly taught for robotics, and there were researchers on SLAM, augmented reality, localization. And then in this age, there was also the introduction of the Microsoft the SenseCam that was taught for live logging. there was the introduction of GoPro, and many researchers started working on action recognition, temporal segmentation, and summarization. And then new commercial devices like Google Glass, Epson, Microsoft HoloLens, and so on and so forth. And now, in our age, we have good large-scale datasets which can be used to study problems of first-person vision, and we have a good simulator like Habitat that can help us to focus on egocentric perception, interaction, and computing. So, what is missing there? In our lab, in my lab, we believe that those devices, in order to be really helpful and useful for the user, should be able to understand what the user goal. So if you have a device, if you wear a device, the device should understand what is your goal, and also such kind of device should understand what is going on. And actually, to be intelligent, should understand what is next, what is going to happen next. For instance, what is the next object you are going to interact with, or for instance, which is the next action you are going to interact with. And if you have a system like this, you can provide in time information to the user if there are dangerous situations. So in some sense, in factory, for instance, a wearable assistant can be an intelligent individual protection device for the user. And we believe that this kind of ability to predict the future, the short-term future, is some important to understand and to study to make really intelligent devices. So in this talk, I will focus in short in 4 research trends we have in our lab in Catania. The first topic will be regarding anticipating human-object interaction. The second one is related to this new and big data sets, which is probably the only one you can use to really work on anticipation, action anticipation in first-person vision. And then I will be talking about which kind of architecture we can use to anticipate actions from first-person point of view. And finally, I will present our last work in which we have produced a new dataset to study the first-person vision point of view for industrial workplace toward the possibility to go in industry with this kind of ideas. So let's start with the next active object prediction. Already 2-3 years ago, we were trying to answer the following question. Can we predict what object the user is going to interact with in few short seconds? So can we understand, can we anticipate which is the next object the user is going to interact with? So we thought that a scenario where the user moves around the scene and interacts with objects, and we won't be able to understand which is the next object the user is going to interact with. For instance, in this slide, the user is going to interact with the fridge, and the idea is to use the trajectory to understand that the object is the next one you are going to interact. So this kind of scenarios was quite new, and we started to reason about the difference between an active object, the next active objects, and an object which is going to be passive. And in this example, you can see active objects which are marked with a red box, and passive objects which are marked with a chime box. And if you see these kind of objects, one can think that the active object goes in the middle of the frame. But actually, there are cases like the one in the left side, which is not really like this. So if we use the classic egocentric cues, like for instance, appearance, which does not change too much before the interaction, this cannot really help on anticipating what is the next object we are going to interact with. And also position alone, as we discussed 1 second before, is not really as informative alone. Ends are also just visible at the end of the introduction. So if you need to anticipate probably when ends come to the scene, the anticipation could be too late to advise the user. So we try to understand if the trajectory and position could be used to discriminate between these two objects. And in this slides, you see active trajectories on top and passive trajectories on the bottom. And as you can see, object of active object change scales and tend to go to the center. So the scale of the objects is really informative to understand if you are going to interact with it. And passive objects, on the other case, the user tend to pass the passive objects. So, and this is reflected in the trajectory. So the general pipeline we came up at that time was like this. You have a video, and you can use an object detector to detect the different objects in the scene. And for each object, you can start an object tracker, which gives you a trajectory of that object. And you can represent that trajectory and use a classifier to discriminate if the object is active or not, to obtain a scene like this, where you have the green box, which underline the active objects, and the red box, which notify which is the ground truth. So when you see the green and the red object overlapping, that is a good case. And also we can detect and discard some other object which we don't think are active. And to evaluate this kind of pipeline, we can use a standard evaluation measure like average precision, which is used in object detection, but we can use in this case with the next active object as a true positive. And this is the system in action, where where you see the system that anticipate which is the next object the user is going to interact with. And when you see the red and green all together, it means that the system is doing a good job. This was 2017, and the work we did was a nice idea, but we had the problem with the datasets. At that time, there were few datasets with action label, and most of the datasets didn't add the passive active label for objects, and all the datasets were labeled for action recognition. And few datasets had the notation like ends and gates, and they were not very large, and all were scripted. And when you have a scripted dataset, you can not really learn from the sequence what is natural for the user, and even the next active object detection became hard. So in 2008, we did this job, and we released Epic Fictions, which is a joint effort between three groups: University of Bristol, University of Catania, University of Toronto. And this is considered the first large-scale dataset to study egocentric vision. And this dataset is composed by videos acquired by 32 subjects in 32 different kitchens. And the total hour is 55 hours, and there are more than 11 million of frames labeled. And the dataset is completely unscripted. We didn't ask the subject to record specific action or doing something, but they were free to go in their kitchens and to record videos. And there are about 500,000 object annotations and also 4,000 action segments. So this was the first dataset in egocentric vision, which was useful to start working on different tasks. At that time, we challenged the community, and you can have a situation like this in the real data sets, which never observed before in other data sets. So this was the first data set in 2010, and we now released in 2020 a bigger data set, PERCEPTJON 100, which contains more sequences, which are also denser in terms of labels. So we also challenged the community with different tasks like action recognition, but the most important for my group was action anticipation challenge, which we defined and is there if you wanna play with the topic. And the definition is like this: suppose you have an action which starts at time ts, and your model can look at the past of the video, and you can go back until the beginning of the video, but you cannot see 1 second before the action happens. So you need to learn from the past of the video to anticipate what is going to happen in 1 second. So, for instance, from the observed video, this is the video of the past, you need to say what is going to happen in 1 second from here on. And your model, in this case, should give you an action, which is the next action is going to happen, and the action is coded with verb and noun, and the action is something like this: take place. So this was the challenge we set up in 2018, and is currently available also in the new dataset PERCEPTJON 100. So the next question was which kind of architecture we can use to try to solve this challenge, this task, the action anticipation problem. And while we working on action anticipation, we observed that we tend to perform anticipation in 2 stages. We observe the video and we pause, and then we ask what is the next action the user is going to perform. So in our mind, there was a model where there was a stage where we encoded something about the past, for instance, which kind of objects the user is using, and then we stop and we perform inference to predict the future action, conditioned on what we have observed so far. So these 2 tasks usually are done performing a jointly inference, and methods consider these 2 tasks altogether. And in our work, we try to separate these 2 tasks. We disentangle these 2 tasks using 2 separate LSTMs. And we take an inspiration from sequence to sequence models. And those models take as input a sequence and give as output a sequence, and are divided in 2 parts: the encoder, which take the sequence as input and encode that input to be decoded by the second part of the network. And the first thing we did was to adapt this architecture to our problem. And first, we replaced the inputs word with high-level representation of the input frames. And rather than predicting words, we used the decoder to predict next action. So we allowed the decoder to iterate a number of steps, starting from the last representation of the last frame of the video, encoded with the first part. So in this model, we have LSTM. One is called RULSTM, which is used to encode the past, to summarize the past, and another LSTM, which is called the unrolling LSTM, which is used to infer about the future. And to allow these two LSTM to focus on different tasks, we pre-trained this model with a new pre-training techniques that we call sequence completion, in which we feed the rolling LSTM and the rolling LSTM also with the future frame. The future frame are not available at test time. You cannot use at test time, at runtime, but you can use at training time as pre-training to encourage the rolling LSTM just to summarize the past and not trying to predict the future, because the pre-training of the decoder has already information about the future. And using this pre-training, then you can fine-tune your network on the final architecture, where you can observe only the past, and we observe that these pre-training techniques allow to obtain better results. In our model, we process the video with 3 different modalities. One is the RGB frame, the other optical flow, and the other are object-based features, which are obtained considering the output of an object detector. And for each of those modalities, we have an identical branch composing of rolling and the rolling LSTM, which gives us action-specific score, scores which respect to each of modality we are using. And the problem is how to fuse them. So we fuse them using what we call modality attention mechanism, which we call MATS. And MATS includes a feed-forward network, which is able to give importance to the different importance to the different modalities. So what we have is a network which we train with a representation given by RULSTM, and this network gives you the weights with respect to the different modalities, and those weights are used to fuse the prediction score of the different modality in late fusion mode. And this is the example of our system working on action anticipation. So what you see in the middle is the video observed by the user in first-person vision. And on the top, you can see there is a green part, which is the encoding stage where the video is observed, and the first network, the first LCM, trying to represent this kind of video. Then we stop in the anticipation time at 2 seconds, 1.5 seconds, and so on and so forth. And we anticipate action which are presented in the right part of these slides. And this anticipation is done before the action starts. So we also extended this network considering label smoothing, but we don't have time to talk about this. If you are interested, you can check our paper. Is a recent paper at ICPR 2020. This leads me to go to the last part of my talk, where I like to talk about the current research and future research direction of my laboratory in Catania. Our focus in the moment is to bring this kind of technology, this kind of anticipation ability into industry. And this is because we believe that factory industry is a natural place for wearable assistants. As I mentioned before, if we have a device which is able to understand what is going on, but also to understand what are the next goal of the user, we can help the user to avoid dangerous situations. And these help to improve safety for a large margin. Also, we believe that since industry is a closed world assumption plays, so the number of actions the user is going to do and the number of objects you can observe is limited. That is a pretty nice domain where this kind of machinery can be applied in a right way. And the current research has not considered this scenario, but main problem is because there were no really data sets for that. And the idea of my group was to start to build a new data set for this scenario, which we call Meccano. And this is a recent work we just published in Winter Conference on Computer Vision conference, and the data set is already available for the use. And the idea was that we can simulate, in some sense, an industrial scenario in the lab. And this is a kind of activity is industrial-like because you have to deal with tiny objects during the ensample of a toy model of a motorbike. So the activity is to ensample a toy model of a motorbike, and the user is asking to acquire the videos doing so. And we engaged 20 different subjects to do that. We didn't give instruction to them, just the booklet of the toy model, and they were using all the objects to ensample the model. And this is not a real industrial scenario, but it is industrial-like because there are tiny objects and there are actions which are made sequential and is goal-oriented. So it's something that is truer to the industrial real scenario. We collected the data set with 20 different subjects. There are 3 modalities I will show you in a bit. Every video is longer than, in average, is 20 minutes. We have defined 40 different tasks. We labeled the video with more or less 9,000 segments related to actions the user is performing. And there are bounding box of active objects. We considered the 20 objects, which are the parts of the model. And we defined 12 verbs to compose 61 actions on these Meccano datasets. And as I told, the dataset is multimodal. Indeed, we have RGB, which is acquired by RealSense, and also RGB acquired by GoPro. We have gaze and depth. Actually, when we started working to collect these datasets, it was 18 months ago. There was no headsets which allowed us to acquire all those modalities. So you see my student Francesco on the left bottom with a custom headsets we built to do the acquisition. And the dataset is available for the download. Actually, not all the modalities are available. RGB is there with the full labels, and we are going to release all the modalities soon, early in 2021. And we defined the different tasks, and the main task is related to what we call egocentric human-object interaction, which means that given a video, given an image, you want to understand which is the action performed by the user, and this action is composed by verb and a set of nouns, different than before, where object interaction was just a couple between between user and one object, verb and one object. Here we can have more than one object. We defined different tasks like action recognition, action object detection, action object detection, and active object detection and recognition, and as I told, egocentric human object detection. And in this moment, what you cannot do with this Meccano dataset is to work on the next active object prediction. We are labeling data to provide the community videos labeled to with the objects, which is labeled for understanding which is the next object the user is going to interact with. In this moment, you have labeled on the active object, on the point of contact of this active object. And we are going back to label in previous frame, which is the object, is going to become active. And this part of the dataset, together with the label of ends we are doing, will be available very soon in early 2021. Also, because we believe on this kind of projects, we are working together with the industry, local industry, and the government, because was accepted a project on providing this kind of applications in industry. So take-home message is that the ability to predict the future is fundamental for humans and is useful to learn, perceive, navigate, and act. Written work I've focused on different aspects of prediction, like, for instance, next active object action anticipation, and has introduced different dataset and challenges. And while the approach are there, and it's very difficult to work in real complex scenario, we believe that these abilities can be transferred in factories in an easy way. Future research probably should go to study future prediction in industry, and also in such domains like occupational laboratory and factories. And we believe that the Meccano dataset is the first step toward this direction. This is the end of my talk, and I would be happy to take your questions. Thank you. Any question? There is probably here some Alexander. Hello, Giovanni, and moderator in this room. Okay, it's forever. So, Emanuela, I think we are done with this part.
Yes, I have one question, Giovanni, about the dataset, the Meccano dataset.
Yeah.
Maybe I have missed some details of your presentation, but about the dataset, I have missed what is the final goal of the dataset. So you are releasing the dataset for, I fully understand the computer vision aspect, but I think that there would be also useful hint and useful application in terms of interaction. For example, I'm thinking about
this is for the interaction, indeed. It is for interaction, indeed. We have these 4 tasks at the moment, and we released the first release of Meccano is for these 4 tasks. One is to understand action recognition. So, for instance, action recognition in this industrial-like scenario could be like align screwdriver to some model parts. The other challenge is related to understand which is the active object in the scene. For instance, this yellow object here is active because you are interactive in this moment with this object. Then we wanna not only understand detect which is the active object, but we also want to give a name to the objects. So we wanted to understand which is the object, where is located the object, the active object, and what is the name of the object you are interacting with. And then we have also this task, which is egocentric human object interaction, where we gives us output the action flag and the set of objects together with the bounding boxes, which gives you the human object interaction in terms of action. which action is performing the user and which interaction is performing the user, which are the objects involved, and where are the objects. So this is something that you can already do with the Meccano datasets.
And you also have the 3D aspect, since you are using the interior sense and
we have this 3D. We have the depth. We acquire the depth. We are going to polish the data. Also, we have also the gates of the point of view of the humans, and we are going to release this second part of the datasets very soon in 2021.
Yeah, very, very interesting. Thank you very much. Are there other questions? I'm also.
Yep, I would have a question.
David?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Giovanni, very much for the talk. I was curious, so I perfectly see the goal and the potential applications, in particular in industrial process, where there are a lot of constraints, and somewhat it's true too in your toy model with the Meccano. So my question is, are you working on embedding some sort of priors, if possible, empirically derived, about the probability of the next action? Because, you know, putting together a Meccano like that as constraint, there are multiple paths to put together the Meccano, but there are shorter paths. So there will be trials and errors. So how can you, is that part of your modeling and your thinking to add priors based on the specific structure of the task and I would say constraints?
Well, actually, we are working with short-term anticipation, which means action which will appear in the scene in 1-2 seconds. So we are not doing any prior. We don't have any prior on this kind of system. And the work we did for the Epic Kitchen datasets, which is much bigger than these, it also does not have any prior at the beginning, because it's a short-term anticipation. We have another line of research which is looking at long-term anticipation. So it means what is going to happen in more than 1-2 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds, and then on that one you can try to have some priors on what is going to happen in the scene, for sure. But for the moment, we don't have this kind of information.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking that you could use that perhaps to help with the short-term anticipation, in the sense that, you know, if you are putting together a Meccano, maybe the next action depends on, you know, where you are at, what you have put together, what pieces remain on the board, etc. So, because it seems to be a hard task for
what we observed is that you can have some signals. Well, the future is there is an uncertainty for the future. What we observed is that looking at the past, many possible future is not in this talk. We have no time, but we have a work where we observe that the future is there is a high uncertainty in the future. So given the past, you can have a multiple future, and for this and for this motivation, you can get signals also considering embedding spaces where, for instance, you have actions with the same verb or the same noun. So, and in the reality, you never have a certain response. So if your model should be evaluated considering top 5 recall rather than top 1 accuracy. So of course is not clear yet which is the best model, what to consider. We started and we think there is a huge space to improve this kind of model, also considering prior in the scene for sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Giovanni.
Thank you all.
I think that we can stop for a while, and so we will have a break, and Dimitri Onibene will start at 2:15 Rome European time, Central European time. So we will stop for 25 minutes, 20 minutes more or less. See you later, and we will start again in 20 minutes. Thank you, Giovanni. Thank you, Fabio.
Right, thank you.
Thank everybody. See you later.
See you later.
Yes, Guido? Are you here, Guido? I cannot hear. Okay, no. Ok, try now, Guido.
Mi senti?
Sì, ti sento.
Oh, finalmente.
Perché c'era attivato adesso il volume privato. Se vedi dei cerchi azzurri,
Sì.
non si parla, perché se sei dentro, ci sono praticamente le chat private, cioè se siamo dentro il cerchio azzurro, gli altri non sentono, cioè quindi se siamo in due cerchi azzurri diversi non ci sentiamo.
No, sì, ma mi ero messo nel tuo cerchio azzurro. Per questo che
Ok,
pensavo
l'ho
funzionasse.
disattivati, dovrebbero essere disattivati.
Ok. Bene. Pensi ci sia modo per provare se gira le slide?
Sì, vai sullo schermo, c'è un più,
Sì.
e quando sei andato sullo schermo che c'è un più, vedrai che ti compare una cosina sotto, e tipo zoom, puoi condividere lo schermo. Vai, prova pure.
Allora, sì. Share your screen.
Perfetto.
Azerbaijan. Impazzisce.
E vai, perché sì, finché non metti le slide, vedi,
Sì, sì, stavo guardando
ma
se
quando metti le
c'era
slide
modo di
funziona.
decidere quale schermo condividere. No, non mi dà un'opzione. Va bene. Naturalmente adesso vedrai il presenter view, immagino.
Sì, vediamo il presenter così.
Ok, devo cercare di capire come fare a switchare il presenter. Aspetta che mi tolgo lo schermo e ci provo. Ok, faccio due prove e vediamo cosa succede.
Be free to try. I'm coming back in a few minutes. Okay, hello everybody, welcome back. Since next Dimitri Onibene is experiencing a technical problem in entering the system, Guido Maiello agreed to start his talk. So there is a switch in the program, and the next talk will be the one by Guido Maiello, understanding the link between our eyes and hands in the real world to design better virtual worlds. So we let Dimitri enter Virbela to give his talk. So Guido, if you are ready, you can
yes, I'm here. Let me
share
just try
your
to share
slides,
my screen.
and as soon as you are ready, you can start.
Okay.
Thank you, Guido.
Of course. So do you see my title slide and not my presenter view?
I'm not seeing anything now.
No? Okay.
You have to go to the big screen.
Yes, I was at the big screen. Somehow I exited it. Okay. So people should be seeing my title slide at the moment.
Not yet.
Yes. I somehow see it.
Yeah, I do.
I don't know why I'm not seeing you.
I can.
Okay, perfect.
I see.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, we see you. So you can
Okay,
start.
then let us try. Okay, well, hello everyone. Let me jump right in. So the primary sense leveraged in virtual and augmented reality is our sense of sight. After all, VR and AR are predominantly visual display technologies. Interaction in VR and AR instead occurs primarily through our hands. For this reason, many different kinds of controllers have been developed. Yet in the real world, interaction occurs predominantly through reaching, grasping, and manipulating objects. Thus, it might be ideal to move away from more unnatural controller-based interactions that occupy towards a more natural interaction that leverages the tight link between vision and hand motor action that we've developed through eons of evolution and throughout our development in the real world. To do so, we must first understand the link between our eyes and our hands. This is the main focus of my research and will be the main focus of this talk. This means that while I will often be using tools developed for AR and VR, the work I'll present will predominantly be done in the real world. Yet, I hope to demonstrate how to study the link between our eyes and hands to help develop better sight to guide our hands when we wish to grasp and manipulate objects. If you don't believe me, I have this video kindly shared by Priti Regese, in which a subject performs a very simple pegboard task, and with both eyes open, placing the peg into its slot is very easy. When, however, one eye is patched, now the task becomes much harder. With both eyes patched, one might expect the task to be even harder. This video is a great simple demonstration of how vision, and particularly detailed binocular vision, is fundamental for grasping and manipulating objects. Perhaps surprisingly, the opposite is also true. Grasping and manipulating objects shapes how we visually perceive and experience the world. There are many examples of this. Several studies have shown that visual processing is enhanced near the hand. This cool study by Robert Balchich demonstrates how our perception of depth is precisely calibrated to the length of our own arm. And exciting new work in developmental psychology is showing that infants learn to recognize visual objects by playing with them with their hands. One example from my own work is that eye movements are more accurate when they are linked.
Sorry, Guido, there is a problem with your presentation on YouTube and also in other for other people. I'm asking one of the student volunteers if they can fix the problem.
Yep. What kind of problem is it?
The problem is that we can see your presentation a bit blurry on the virtual campus, but on YouTube we don't see.
Yes, I'm here.
We cannot see the presentation on YouTube.
Okay, I will check with my colleagues here on Discord and then I come back, okay?
Yes. So maybe you are sharing now?
Yes, I can stop for a second.
Yeah, perhaps you can unshare and share again.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to try and do.
Okay, now he's on YouTube.
Now it's on YouTube?
Yes, I see hand movements, improve eye movements on YouTube now. But not...
I mean, now I'm not sharing anything, actually.
Yeah.
So I can try to share it again.
Yes.
Okay, so that far. And now I should be sharing hand movements, improve eye movements.
It is working on both channels.
Yeah. Should I continue?
Yes.
Okay, great. So as I was saying, one example of the link between our eyes and hands from my own work is that eye movements are more accurate when they are linked to our own hand movements, even when we are not looking at our hands. To study this, here we employed an eye tracker, shutter glasses to present stimuli in 3D, and to measure hand movements in real time, we employed the low-cost Leap Motion hand tracker. Now, my research often employs high-end research-grade equipment. For example, this past week, I've been setting up a new motion tracking system in our lab, which is actually where I'm sitting right now, surrounded by about 16 tracking cameras, and the system costs upwards of 60,000 euros. One cool thing to take home from this study, I think, is that we can do some cool science even with low-cost commercial technologies. For instance, the Leap Motion costs less than 100 euro, but here it provided amply sufficient data quality for the project. And in brief, what we did here was we had human participants move their finger. Via the Leap Motion, the finger movements controlled an on-screen target, which moved just like the observer's finger. Observers were required to visually track the stimulus as accurately as possible, while the eye tracker monitored their gaze position. And we did this in 3D, in depth as well. And in a different part of the study, participants did not move their hands and were shown and visually tracked a replay of previously executed movements, both left, right, and in depth. And here is an example of data from one trial. As the stimulus, which is the green curve, moves left and right, left to right and back, observers track it with their eyes. The black curve is the binocular gaze position when the observer is directly controlling the stimulus. The red curve is the binocular gaze position when the observer is tracking a replay of a previously executed finger movement. To quantify tracking performance, we took the correlation between binocular gaze position and stimulus location for every trial. So if we then look at tracking performance across participants in other experimental conditions, for the condition in which participants track this, a stimulus linked with their own hand movements against when they track a replay of a previous hand movement, we consistently see that eye movements are more accurate when they are linked to our own hand movements, even though we are not looking at our hands. So our hand movements influence how we visually explore and perceive the world, but perhaps more importantly for this audience, our eyes guide how we reach and grasp objects. Take these 3D objects, for example. You can visually perceive their shape and material properties. They're made of little cubes of brass and wood. And if I ask you to move one of them, it's simple. You reach, grasp, and lift the object. It seems like a trivial task, but there are many, many contact points on the object that yield unstable, uncomfortable, or even impossible grasps. So how does our brain compute which grasp configurations will be successful? So this next project I'll talk about, just published this year, tries to answer this question specifically for 2-digit precision grip grasps. This was a fairly hefty project in which we first measured and analyzed human grasping behavior quite extensively, and then we employed our findings to construct a computational model capable of predicting where participants would grasp novel objects. So for the sake of time, I'll show a small selection of behavioral findings and then move on to how we can predict human grasps. In our experiments, we placed human participants at a workbench and had them grasp 3D objects with a precision grip, meaning using only their thumb and forefinger. We placed markers on the observer's fingertips and tracked their finger movements while they grasped the objects using a research-grade off-the-track motion capture system. From trial to trial, we systematically varied object shape, material distribution, and orientation of the objects relative to the observer. And what we measured were the contact points of the thumb and index finger on the surface of the object. This is real data for one representative object, where thumb contact points are in red and index finger contact points are in blue. Before moving on to the results, I'll describe how we look at these data, our methodological framework. We start from a 3D graspable object like this, and we create a triangulated mesh model of the object. We place this mesh in a 3D reference frame, in which we also define the position and orientation of a human participant poised to grasp the object. And then we take our mesh and we sample the surface of the mesh in discrete steps. Each sampled point will be a potential contact point between a finger and the object. In precision grip, there's only 2 contact points: the contact point defined by the XYZ position of the thumb in 3D space, and the contact point defined by the XYZ position of the index finger. Using this definition, a unique precision grip grasp can be described as a single point in 6-dimensional space. Since visualizing 6D is non-trivial, we instead employ a 2-dimensional representation of our grasp space. To do so, we number each sampled contact location on the surface of our mesh model, and we order all potential thumb contact points on one axis, like so. And then we order all potential index contact points on the other axis in the same order. And we obtain a 2D representation of the 6D space of potential grasps. For example, this point in our 2D representation will correspond to this grasp, and this other point will correspond to a different grasp. The first behavioral finding I'll show is that human grasps are highly regular and constrained. Here are data from a set of objects in our experiments. Each grasp, as I've said, can be represented as a point in 6D space, and visually, all grasps from 12 different participants cluster only on some portions of the objects. To quantify this clustering, we fit multivariate Gaussian mixture models to the grasp distribution in 6D space. And what we find, for example, on this object, looking at our 2D representation of grasp space, grasps cluster only around 2 modes, which can also be clearly seen on the object. And these grasp clusters occupy only a very small portion of the total space of potential grasps given by all possible combinations of thumb and index finger on the object. If we do this for all objects, we find that 12 participants grasp these objects only in 1, 2, or at most 3 different ways. A different behavioral result I'd like to touch on involves the material objects are made of. This is motivated by previous work with 2D shapes where participants tended to grasp objects through their center of mass. This was hypothesized to be due to participants wanting to avoid torque, meaning the object rotating under gravity. However, in these simple 2D contours, if you want to place the fingers in opposition, you cannot avoid grasping through the center of mass. In our more complex objects instead, there are many ways to grasp the objects far from their center of mass. So to see whether participants care about torque, we computed the average distance to the center of mass of random grasps on the object, which here is set as 0 reference, and then we compared this to the distance to the center of mass of real grasps. If humans care about torque, grasps should be closer to the cone than random, to the center of mass than random, so above 0 in this region. Instead, we find that grasps are actually farther from the center of mass than random. This is because, as we've seen, human grasps are not random, and clearly there must be some constraints that determine grasping on these 3D objects, which are stronger than the torque constraint. However, this is true of light wooden objects used in our first set of experiments. We hypothesized that increasing object mass would change this behavior. So in the second experiment, we created new objects that had the same shape as the wooden ones, but were made of both wood and brass and were about 7 times heavier. And now with these objects, we do find that torque matters. Grasps were significantly attracted towards the center of mass of these objects. So I've shown that grasps are highly constrained and given an example of how, through behavioral analyses, we can identify what these constraints might be. Next, I'll show how I unified these findings into a model where that can predict where humans will grasp an object. To do so, for each grasp within the space of all potential grasps, we compute how far the grasp is from a set of optimality criteria, which we hypothesize the brain may employ to plan a successful grasp. The first optimality criterion we employ, borrowed from the robotics literature, is force closure. If a grasp is in force closure, it can resist an arbitrary wrench applied to the object, and thus force closure provides an important physical constraint for a successful grasp. For a grasp to be in force closure, the surface normal at the thumb and index finger contact points on the object have to be approximately aligned. So this grasp in fact should be successful at lifting up the object, whereas in this grasp, in which the normal vectors are not aligned, the object will slip out of our grasp and the grasp will be unstable. What we can do then is, for an arbitrary 3D object, we compute how far every possible grasp is from fulfilling optimal force closure. For each combination of index and thumb, we compute how far that grasp is from force closure and produce a penalty map punishing deviations from optimal force closure. Dark blue regions will be bad grasp configurations, and the minima of the map, like right here, will be stable grasp configurations. We can then do the same for another criterion, minimizing torque, which we've shown is important for humans. To exemplify this, we take this object. Since part of it is made of brass, its center of mass will be shifted onto the brass side. A grip that is close to the center of mass of the object will produce low torque. You will be able to lift this object straight up. If instead the grip is far from the object's center of mass, when you try to lift this object, it will tend to rotate under the effect of gravity, meaning the grasp is likely to be unstable. Thus, we can compute another penalty map for the same object, where this time we punish deviations from minimum torque. These two optimality criteria have to do with the object's shape and physical properties, but there's other constraints we should consider. Specifically, we should keep in mind that our actuator, our arm and hand, has specific degrees of freedom and can move and apply forces only in specific ways. There will be, in fact, an optimal natural configuration of our hand in 3D space, which will feel comfortable and stable for grasping. We can measure the vector between finger and thumb in this natural hand configuration, and we call this the natural grip axis. Small deviations from this natural grip axis will still be comfortable and possible, whereas large deviations will be very uncomfortable and awkward. Thus, we can compute a penalty map now punishing deviations from the natural grip axis. Another consideration regarding our actuator is that it has a limited range, and there will be an optimal size of the grip aperture in which we can best apply forces at the fingertips. Small deviations from this natural grip aperture will be fine, but with large deviations, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to apply forces at the fingertips. Thus, we compute the penalty map, punishing deviations from natural grip aperture. And finally, in behavioral work I've not shown here, we've demonstrated that participants try not to occlude an object as they grasp it, meaning this would be a good visibility grasp, and this would be a bad grasp that occludes most of the object. Thus, the final penalty map we compute is a map punishing deviations from minimum occlusion. Now that we've computed these penalty maps, which all provide different constraints within our grasp space, we can simply add them all up and produce a global penalty map that incorporates all these constraints. Dark regions on the map have high penalty, whereas the minima of the map are the predicted optimal grasps that humans should select on the surface of the object. But where do humans actually grasp? Well, here's points on one of the objects tested in our study. What we can do is we can project these grasps onto the 2D representation of grasp space, and what we find is that human grasps very neatly align with the minima of our penalty map. However, we can also employ the framework developed thus far to try to predict where humans should grasp objects. And to do this, we can take our penalty map and select grasps from the minima of our map, like so, and then reproject these onto the object, therefore obtaining a set of grasps which are predicted to be optimal. And indeed, if we compare these predicted grasps to human grasps, the patterns are strikingly similar. The grasps occur on the same region of the object and are oriented the same way. And this holds true for all objects for which the model was initially designed, but we have also verified that the model works beyond blocky wooden and brass objects. Specifically, we selected a series of novel 3D mesh objects from an in-house database, and note that these are exactly the kind of virtual object one could present through VR or AR systems. And then we had the model output grasp predictions for these new objects. And introspectively, one might agree that these are good locations where to try and grasp these objects. We went beyond introspection, however, of course, and we 3D printed these objects out of light plastics, and we had participants come into the lab and grasp these novel objects. And indeed, human participants grasped the objects at locations and orientations very similar to those predicted by the model. Of course, the next step is to now study whether and how these predictions generalize to virtual worlds. And we're in fact taking the first steps in this direction in collaboration with Fabio and Manuela by beginning to replicate some of the findings from my previous work in virtual reality. Here, for example, we see that human grasps directed to a virtual replica of one of the objects from the previous study. But it will be much more interesting, and this work, of course, still mismatch between visual and, for example, haptic cues during grasping. For instance, here, visual material cues tell us that the object is heavy to one side, but when grasping a virtual object with no physical mass, we might be able to make the object visually behave with physical accuracy, but our hands will tell us that the object weighs nothing. So I think some interesting work remains to be done in this domain. But you might have noticed that all the work presented up to here focuses on sometimes unnatural 2-digit grasps. One probably wouldn't use only forefinger and thumb to pick up the stapler, for example. Thus, to take this work to the next stage, we need to move to multi-digit grasps. Because in truth, our hands are dexterous, they are complex systems with over 20 degrees of freedom, meaning we can configure our hands in many distinct ways. And assuming we wish to execute a task with an object, light a match, take a sip from a cup, or throw a ball, for example, we go from a visual description of the object, its size, shape, and material, to selecting the correct multi-digit hand pose so that we could execute the desired action. The literature has several times tried to construct taxonomies of canonical hand poses, which are, however, primarily based on observation and human categorization. The most recent of these grasp taxonomies, for instance, has scoured the literature and converged on a set of 33 different grasp types. We would like to understand whether and how these taxonomies capture the range of hand postures employed in visually guided grasping. And so to answer these questions, first we need some way of measuring human hand pose. For this work here, I selected a commercial data glove, which records the pitch and yaw angles for each of our 5 fingers, producing a 10-dimensional descriptor of hand pose. To verify whether this was sufficient, for our purposes, we compared the glove to a recent tactile data glove published in Nature, which provides very high-dimensional tactile data. And among other things, these authors asked humans to pantomime a subset of multi-digit grasps taken from the recent taxonomy I mentioned earlier. And then they took this high-dimensional data glove for each pantomime grasp and used TSNE, a dimensionality reduction technique, to visualize this high-dimensional data into dimensions. Each point here represents a single pantomime grasp, and they showed that they could decode the grasp type with nearly 90% accuracy. To test our glove, we also had human participants pantomime this set of grasps while wearing the glove. And if we perform very simple PCA and visualize the first 2 principal components of our 10D glove data, we find that the grasp types are nicely separable. So much so that if we employ a support vector machine to classify the grasp types of our glove data, we achieve 98% classification accuracy, which incidentally is better than the Nature people. So having demonstrated our methods, back to the current question, how do we go from a visual description of an object to selecting the correct hand pose? To investigate this, we selected 15 everyday objects. Each trial, participants were presented with an object and were asked to grasp it while wearing the data glove. We tested 30 participants, each on a subset of 5 objects. So here's data from one representative participant who grasped this subset of 5 objects. Each dot here represents a hand pose during a single grasp. And remember, the glove data is projected into PCA space. And if we color code the data according to the grasp object, our data look nicely separable. The participants employed distinct hand poses to grasp each of these objects. They used, for instance, a power grasp with abducted thumb to grasp this empty flower pot, a power grasp with abducted thumb to grasp the hammer, and a grip with parallel and extended fingers to pick up this Christmas toy decoration. And this result held true across all of our 30 participants, where object identity was decodable from hand pose with about 73% accuracy on average. And this is true, however, at the time of the grasp, but what about during the execution phase of the grasp, where truly vision drives action planning and execution? Each trial, participants started with their hand flat, palm down next to the object. We recorded continuous data from the beginning of the trial, so we can look at the trajectories of the hand pose in PC space while the participants reach toward the object, like so. So even though the data are initially collapsed in one spot, which is the resting hand pose, almost immediately the hand begins to shape in order to correctly grasp a desired object, except for maybe that one guy who comes a little bit late to the party. To quantify this, we can look at classification accuracy as a function of time from trial start. Before the participants move their hand, of course, we cannot decode what object they will grasp. But as soon as they start moving their hand, classification accuracy goes up. We can decode the object identity before the participant has grasped it, meaning that our data truly reflect visual grasp planning based on visual object recognition. And this is true, of course, also across all of our 30 participants. Winding back a few steps, I began by showing that our glove data can distinguish between hand poses, such as those in this reduced taxonomy. And one of the motivations of our work is to understand whether current grasp taxonomies actually capture the hand poses employed in visually guided grasping. Therefore, we can look at where these poses fall within our data. Here we have all of our glove data for all planning, grasping, and object manipulation phases of our experiments. Here is the location that corresponds to the beginning of each trial with the palm flat down. And here is a single trajectory from start to grasp. This is the subset of data for the grasp planning phases of our experiment. And this is the subset of final grasp poses. Within this space, sensibly, the flat palm is placed where we expect, where all of our trials begin. In this region of the space, we have 2- and 3-digit grasps with closed fingers. Moving across, we progressively open our hands more and move to 4-fingered grasps. Over here, we have a precision grip with extended fingers. And where the bulk of our data is located, we find a power grasp. We can also see this by looking at grasp type frequency throughout our experiments. We find that the vast majority of grasps are power grasps. Note here how the y-axis is log scaled. Closed, precision, and 4-fingered grips are still relatively common, whereas other grasps only occur a few dozen times across our experiments. But even if the vast majority of grasps are grouped into one or few grasp types, we are still able to differentiate more subtle grasp poses, which suggests that the current taxonomies can be improved, for example, by employing a data-driven approach where we empirically observe how grasps cluster instead of heuristically defining grasps based on observation. And finally, to summarize what the significance of all this research is for hand interaction, VR and AR systems. This last body of work suggests that we should be able to determine user intentions in virtual environments even before actions are completed. And the analysis I've shown can tell us how to can also tell us how distinct and separable different objects are in terms of hand pose and interaction. Meaning we could identify or perhaps even design virtual stimuli that are maximally differentiable in terms of user behavior. And we should further be able to predict user actions even at the level of object regions selected for interaction. And perhaps even guide grasping behavior towards certain object locations by manipulating, through a theory-based approach, object shape, positioning, orientation, and physical properties. So with this, I would like to acknowledge a bunch of funding and thank my collaborators from my old PhD lab, my PhD supervisor, Pete Bex, and my good friend, Mi-Young Kwan. And from my current lab, Marcel, Lina, and Vivian, here all seen appropriately grasping different objects. And my boss, Roland Fleming, here seen inappropriately grasping a drink. And more broadly, all of the lovely folk at the Fleming lab. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guido. Okay, I see some raised hands. So Dorian, I guess, if you would like to ask Guido. Go.
I'm listening.
Yeah, Dorian, you can talk. We don't hear you, Dorian.
Dorian, you must be muted. Sorry.
Yes, Dorian, you are muted. Okay. I saw that also Fabio maybe has a question.
Hi Guido, very nice talk. Thanks. I have two questions. When you obtain the cost, the penalty map, the cost map, is it a sum or is it a weighted sum of the different penalties?
So in the work that I presented here, it's a linear sum. But actually in the paper, we do both a simple linear sum, but also a weighted sum of the parameters. And I wonder how difficult it would be for me to show this. Because I do have a different presentation somewhere. And so, for instance, let's see if this works. So let's, I, of course, had to remove some content from for this talk, but here we go. So, for example, on this object, I'm showing human grasps from different participants. As you can see, they all cluster on one portion of the object, but individual human grasps are much more highly constrained than the group. And so this sort of means to me that individual grasps are more idiosyncratic, and that maybe we can fit the this model up here instead of having just a simple linear sum of these different penalty maps of these constraints. We might be able to apply weights to each of these constraints individually, which is exactly what we do. When we do this, for example, these are two individual participants for this object. We do this, so we apply a set of weights to the constraints. We fit this data to individual observers, and we can actually recreate individual patterns of human data, and not just the global human behavior. And of course, then we can also look at the relative importance of each of the constraints that we use. And so we kind of can see that force closure is the most important constraint that comes out of our modeling, whereas grasp axis and grasp aperture, which are tied to the biomechanics of the hand, are also quite relevant. And other constraints, such as torque and visibility, instead have very little weight in human behavior. But also that these different constraints change in importance depending on object properties. For example, for light or heavy objects, the relative weight of the torque constraint changes. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks. Yes. Thanks.
Guido, I'm reading a question from Dorian, who was asking, he was wondering what are the main applications, I think, of what you have shown.
Yeah. Well, of course, my research is predominantly in human behavioral neuroscience. So I'm predominantly interested in figuring out how the brain works. But I think there's a lot of potential applications for the work that we do also with Fabio and Manuela. And I think I was hoping to share again. The system is a bit more tricky than I had expected to move between slides. But so, for instance, the last bit of work that I showed here, one of the things that comes out is that you can predict which object will be grasped before people grasp it. And so in a VR or AR setting, one can imagine that it might be important to be able to predict what sort of objects users will interact with to begin preparing the system for whatever the next interaction is. And so this hints that we might be able to do some of this just by measuring the hand pose as people interact through the environment. But it also, the other way around, in here I show that different objects are grasped, of course, in different ways. But if we measure this appropriately, we might be able to select objects, find objects that are maximally different, and so populate virtual environments by, with objects that have very unique ways of being grasped or interacted with, and so make the systems more robust, for example, to user interaction. At least this is my thinking on the topic.
Thank you very much, Guido.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that in the meantime, Ognibene was able to connect and to enter the room. So I think that we can move to the next presentation by Dimitri. So, okay, to share the screen, you have to click on the lens. So you see this you see the big screen where Guido was projecting. You have to click the lens on the bottom top right. Sorry. And as soon as you click on the lens, you should have a menu where you can share the screen like in any other.
I think that Guido is still sharing, so it's not letting me share.
Okay, so
I think I've now removed myself.
I still see a night background on Windows.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I also see Alexander, a student volunteer who is approaching, so maybe he could help us. Okay, so now you click on the lens, on the plus.
I clicked on the lens many times.
You should have, I don't know whether you have, okay, perfect. I think that.
Do you see anything?
But maybe is working since now we see a blank screen.
What do you see?
Nothing.
We were seeing a white
Okay.
screen, Dimitri. Do you have two screens on your computer? Are you using two screens?
No. So I just see your home page, Manuela.
Yes, but it is not my screen. The home page is something
Okay.
that I have.
Okay, so on the bottom right there is a share your screen, right?
Yes.
Now, do you see my screen?
No.
Wait.
I can try. Okay, now is white.
This is your desktop. So when I try to share my screen, it says that The selected web browser is currently being used. Please first select a browser.
Okay, be used. Select web browser. Okay.
But it doesn't tell me where to select the browser. So.
Try again. I was also trying to say. Okay, try again.
Your desktop. You always tell me the same thing. The selected web browser is currently being used.
Is there one of the student volunteer who can help us? Since I was trying to share my desktop, and it is the same. Selected web browser is currently being used.
No, maybe you are using it.
No, I'm not using it.
Maybe someone needs to share the screen for him. I don't know.
But I cannot share the screen for the same reason. The selected web browser is currently being used.
Okay.
Maybe is locked by Guido or. Okay, they sent a message to the detect. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect.
This is it.
Okay, we saw it. We see yours right. Perfect.
Okay. So thanks for inviting me, Manuela. And well, this was kind of an adventure today. So we know that in the field we have a lot of work to do. And so today I will try to give you some insight on active vision that can be used in augmented, virtual, and mixed reality design. So active vision, or more in general, active perception, is my field, and it's a field that takes inspiration from biology and uses tools from machine learning and artificial intelligence, and has multiple applications to robotics, for example, neuroscience, but also in the field of interest for today. So usually my work comes from applications in robotics, but today my goal is to try to show you that there are some relevant principles and ideas that you may consider when you develop your systems for several aspects, for the user interfaces, for the environments you go to design, the task, and also the artificial intelligence themselves. Is everything okay? Can you see the screen? Everything is okay?
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
so
perfect.
So what is one of the main differences between the other media and these more immersive medias like virtual reality? So actually, if you see these classical media, they are quite static, but even more dynamic media like television are not so similar to what we are seeing today. And even more social content with very fast response and updates are not very relevant for what I want to show you today. But even if we go to more immersive worlds with the 3D aspect and continuous interactions like 3D video games, I don't know if you see the animation. Can you see the animation or is stuck?
Yes.
Ah, okay. So GIF are shown. So even in this kind of environment, we still don't have one of the main things that I think is the novelty in immersive worlds. And it's not even this more advanced level of illusion that in virtual reality provides. What really is my interest today is showing that this modality changes totally, because we move from a kind of passive vision where the world is static to a world where we actively perceive. So we don't see anymore the world like this. So the world is produced for us statically and projected to our face, but we have to move our head to perceive and find the relevant information like we do in the real world. And so obviously active vision is a central element in virtual reality design. But so why virtual reality is so important for other fields, and why there has been so much research about it? So actually, in computer vision, this is a very important element still today, even after in the last 5-10 years, computer vision and artificial intelligence in general has done so many progresses that it has kind of surpassed human performance in many tasks. For example, this is a few days ago, there is this new system from Microsoft that is better than humans are creating captions for pictures. And also in robotics, we did many advances. And now you can see that robots are doing these kind of things. So both the perception and the control of robots advanced a lot in the last 10-15 years. But something you may want to see in this case, there is a small detail here. There is this QR code on the left that is very important because it's supporting the robot behavior. You will see soon why. So actually, considering that we did all these advances in computer vision and in robotics control, why we still have people doing these super dangerous works? Why we still have people not taking our place in this kind of environments? And the reason is that dealing with this kind of environments requires to deal with very complex scenes and with the presence of other humans, which we may need to predict and that we may not be able to perceive because they may be behind us, like in this picture. So if we don't consider when moving that we don't have the complete vision of the scene, so we are missing something important, we may mess up. And robots are still not considering how much information they are losing. And actually, you may end up doing this kind of disaster exactly for this reason. Because, let's see, I think, no, in the longer version, the robot explodes at the end. So didn't find it. But the main problem, the reason why this robot failed is very stupid. Apart from having some objects that didn't have QR code around them, like these black boxes there, the robot raised the block so much that he covered his own camera. So it could not see where he was going to push the block. And so it was not considering that he was blocking his sensors, his vision, and this led to failure. So self-occlusion. So actually, what I mean with active vision and active perception is to control our sensor to overcome our perceptual limits. And in vision, the main issues are occlusions, like we just saw, the robot covering its own camera, but also the sensor resolution that may be too low, so you cannot see small objects from far away. Also, there may be objects that are behind the camera, and there may be general noise that affect any other camera. This can be vital in some conditions. In this case, situation is quite trivial, but there are other conditions. The worst condition can be when you are in an environment with other agents, and they are actually exploiting your sensory limit to avoid being detected, like in this case. So actually, to find the right information is not easy. We have to find the right sources, the right cues. So actually, the main reason why humans are still better, for me, in doing these complex tasks is that they are able to find and search information and don't trust just the current perception they get. So just to see how the limit of the sensors and the complexity of the perception of the stimuli can interact, I want to show you a couple of pictures. So in this picture, we have the camera that is wrongly centered. And so the robot is seeing only part of a cat and is thinking that it's a zebra. And this still happens if we remove a lot of background, because there is this head here that the system misunderstands for the head of a zebra. And actually, if the content is properly selected and separated from noise, the system is able to detect properly the cat. But when still, because the camera is not properly centered, so because the system didn't focus the camera on the right part of the environment, the recognition is not really stable. And so with just random noise, we end up recognizing a dog here, just adding random noise. Another condition that we can see is how much recognition for artificial systems is affected by the context. And in this case, while the recognition without any bad content is perfect, so the system recognizes the person, the laptop, cup here, a chair, and the handbag, books, whatever. Once you put an elephant in the room, the objects start changing their identity. So the elephant is not recognized at all here. If you move it a bit on the right, it starts to be recognized, but some other elements in the scene disappear. Like, for example, here the books are missed, the chair becomes a couch. So actually, there is an interaction between the elements in the scene that strongly affects the recognition system. So actually, focusing on the most important element of the scene is important for a computer vision system, but they are not considering control their sensors. But on the other side, we may think that just focusing on one element in the scene is enough. So we just need a very, very small field of view for our camera, and we will be okay. But if you do that, you get pictures like this, and any visual system will consider that they are the same object. But actually, if you use a bigger field of view, you can recognize from the context that this is a driller and this is an iPhone. So actually, decreasing the size of the visual field is not the solution to everything. So actually, humans have a kind of hardwired solution to deal with this kind of issues because of the structure of their eye. So the structure of human eye has a very high resolution in the center and a lower resolution on the periphery that helps them finding relevant content and integrate the high resolution content in the center with other elements in the periphery, and also drive the movement of the eye to the next element. And an interesting thing to consider is that having this low resolution periphery gives for free this kind of effect. Once you focus on this guy, the number of pixels, so the amount of information that can affect the recognition, like we've seen in the previous slides, is very small. So for free, you get this kind of clean background. So from these slides, the initial part of the talk, I think that you can take for your design work that there is a lot of importance in the structure of the visual field. The size and location of the objects affects how they are detected and how they can be recognized. And also because we are considering the coherence of an object depending on its context, this is important to be considered when we are developing a virtual environment. So now, after we see all the problems that can be solved with active vision, the next question is how do we do that? How humans do that? So how we can account for that in our virtual reality designs. So actually, just let's think what it means to do a very simple task when we consider active vision. And in this case, just finding an apple in a tree is not trivial at all, because what happens is just that we sample small part of the scene till we find an area that is relevant. So we may have to get a lot of information, memorize it, and then end up finding the apple we wanted. So actually this may take much more time than expected. So what I want to say is that active perception, active vision is there because we need it, because world is complex and having active approach help us dealing with many issues, but it's not easy to manage. And one of the main issues we have to solve is where we have to look. And this, if it is complex, when we are dealing with just grasping apple from the tree, this is much more complex when we do more complex tasks like social tasks where other agents are moving around us in every moment. So actually, one of the main strategies that has been used in computer vision, in robotics, and also in psychology to understand how we decide what to watch and what to attend are saliency maps that are based usually on the image statistics and regularities of the images. So the general strategy is, so let's say the most important approach was the one where we're considering elements in the scene that in one of the feature maps were very different from their context, from the nearby pixels. So for example, if we analyze a picture in the color space, a green spot surrounded by a red one will be very salient. So what these systems were doing were finding in various feature maps differences between the pixels, combining them, and so that we could find which areas in the image were more relevant for our interaction with the environment. So this had a lot of work on this field for a lot of time, but actually didn't manage to explain much. Even a richer model, we will see one in a slide, didn't manage to explain much of where we observe compared to where other people will observe. So this paper of 2015 on PNAS shows that with this kind of models, we were able to explain about 40% of the saliency of the observations of other people, compared to what we can explain using the observation of other 10 people, let's say, that form the gold standard. Actually, there was a lot of work advancing from those handcrafted features used before to create saliency. What has been done recently to understand where people watch is to use deep learning and combine multiple resolution of prediction to create saliency maps directly from data sets that contain observations recorded from human observers. So these models really advanced a lot compared to previous models, but actually these even consider just the picture. These models are strongly affected by many biases, and the most famous probably is the central fixation bias. So when we are watching a screen, actually we have the tendency to watch in the center of the screen. And so actually if you think, okay, I take my saliency model, I want to use it to predict where people will watch my virtual reality environment. Actually, many of those models will not work because they encode this central fixation bias. So you cannot use directly those models in this case. And this center bias is very important also in explaining how various models improve one over the other. So in this case, the green part shows how much considering the center bias improves the performance of a quite complex architecture. So it's just you add the probability distribution centered on the center, and you get much better model. So if you think to this kind of system and you want to apply to virtual reality, you can see that there are various issues. For example, we are not considering the limited field of view that is not at the base of this approach, because we move our eyes to see parts that we don't see. When we compute something like this, we are computing on all the elements we already see in the scene. So we are not considering the main reason why we are moving the eyes is to see parts that we don't see. And also we are ignoring 3D image properties, and also we are ignoring more the fact that we have a whole world around us in virtual reality. So actually there was a lot of work on this direction. So there has been a paper in 2013 from one that shows that just considering depth and creating a saliency map on depth will provide a saliency map that is much better than a saliency map without depth perception, and even without ignoring colors and all the other features, and that can improve further if you combine saliency and depth. Other experiments, this is newer, actually try to use standard saliency maps and apply to virtual reality content. Okay, this slide is connected to that. I have to go back to that one. So, and they found out that actually in virtual reality, we can consider there is also a kind of center bias, because the users mostly observe horizontally, and there is much less attention posed over different longitudinals. And also they found that the head and the eye are strongly correlated. So for many conditions, it's not really necessary to use eye trackers, because the head position can be used as a proxy of the eye movement. So actually they found that adding just these equatorial, so this center bias for virtual reality to standard saliency maps would greatly improve the use of saliency maps to explain where people will watch in virtual reality. Okay, so actually in this case, you can see this is the original scene. It's a 3D scene that the user are observing. And these are the positions where they actually observed most of the time. And these are the predictions obtained once you add the center bias. And this strongly improves the performance. So another work that was presented this year shows that the camera movement, so the speed at which a camera is moving, affects how much center bias is found in eye movements in virtual reality. So actually, if the camera is moving slow, people behave like they are more resident to the environment, while with a faster camera movement, there is a stronger center bias. This is kind of normal, because if you're going straight, you want to see what's coming to you. You want to get information. So just from these slides about saliency, the main information that you have to get is that there is a strong bottom-up mechanism that affecting where humans attend during their interactions. And that depth is a very important aspect that usually is disregarded in usual visual attention models, because we didn't have the depth before in most of the experiments. So this is not enough yet, because when you consider using just a saliency map to decide where to observe, you are forgetting two important things. One is context that we have seen before, like the context can define and help us understanding what an object, where an object is, what an object is. Sometimes it can create problems, like I seen too. But also the task. If, for example, in this picture on the right, we wanted to find the person, the saliency map that we have here will give very low importance to the person here, while other part of the scene will have a higher value for the algorithm. So actually using, because statistically it's not that different from the rest, or it's too small, I don't know. So actually the eye movement, if they were only driven by saliency, we'll never find the object that we need to interact. So actually we use context to decide where to find things. You can find a model from Vogel and De Freitas, where actually they show a model that using correlation between elements in the scene can speed up the exploration and explains part of our behaviors. But going back to the task, there is a very old experiment, one of the, I think, first where we could track eye movements from Yarbus, that showed that eye movements are very different depending on the task. So in this case, he showed this picture to participants, and he asked different questions and recorded the eye movements, and practically very different eye movements were shown when different questions were presented. So if they were asked if outside was cold or not, people were focusing on this guy because he was coming from outside. And or if they were asking how many people there are in the house, we will scan the whole scene to find people. And maybe you can ask if it is day or night, what you will watch if there is a light here, or is there a shadow there that will come from the wind outside. So people will watch the scene very differently depending on what is their task. And this is the same when a child, for example, is just trying to grasp something in the real world, but in an environment in general, we focus on the objects we want to interact with. So there are models that change our saliency maps to focus more on the task at hand. So there is this model here where they integrate a detector of objects together with saliency, so that objects are more relevant for a task, are easier to detect. And there is also this work from Ballard, where they show that attention is posed in virtual reality to the elements that are relevant for the current condition. For example, in this case, the goal was to find these purple boxes, and people observe these obstacles when they are near, and then they focus on the target when they are closer. And so this is totally independent from saliency, and is strongly based on the task that the agent is trying to solve. So this is the third point I wanted to show you. So there are not only bottom-up mechanisms in driving user attention, and user attention is determined strongly by their task. And there are complex interactions between the various systems that we may want to take into account when we are designing the experience of the user. Manuela, I don't have a clock in front of me, so when it's my time, please.
Yeah,
can you tell me?
3:30, so you have few minutes since we start with a little bit of delay, and a few minutes, and you have to reach the end.
Few minutes, okay.
2, 3,
So
5, just
okay.
5. I think that it's not a problem if you go a little bit after 4. So if for David it's not a problem, you can talk for another 5 minutes.
It's not a problem for me if it's not a problem for the attendees.
Okay, so So till now we have seen there are various principles behind attention, movement, and eye movement in humans. One is our constraints, our necessity to focus on the relevant things, also because of noise and so on, and also the task. But sometimes these are not enough to decide where to look. And one condition when this is the case is when we are learning a new task. When you are learning a new task, we don't know where to observe. And actually, the attention system is so connected to our task that learning a new task is in practice learning a new attention skill. And you can just think about this when you move to London and you have to learn to watch right instead of watching left like you were using for a long time. But there are many other examples. Like in this case, it was shown that people observe and can recognize objects with many less fixations in very more focused positions when they want to recognize a face they know compared to recognize a face they are not familiar with. Another very seminal experiment was this one. It was learning about visual context, and actually showed that we are able to unconsciously learn a relationship between elements in the scene that will drive our search. But a condition that can be quite clear for us, that shows how we learn while we are learning to do something, is when you are learning to drive. Usually we are exposed to a lot of information we are not used to deal with. And actually, when we are learning to drive for the first time, at the beginning, the coordination between the eye and the hand is quite delayed. So it's like we turn on a direction and we watch in the direction at the same time. While after some time in this experience, they show that we watch before turning. That's very, very smart. But actually, it takes a lot of time to learn. Maybe, but yeah, it takes time. So we tried to model this kind of behavior long time ago. And we created a neural model that was able to learn to find apples under the tree. And what we did was to consider a bottom-up model, like what you're seeing now. These saliency maps that are just based on the structure of the environment, and they don't know anything about the task we want to do. And we combined them to drive and control the robot arm, which goal was to find the apple on the tree. So actually, at the beginning, we were expecting this task would be much more difficult, considering a moving camera with a small field of view. But actually, the noise effect that comes from considering the whole field makes search much slower, and also learning to search much slower. So we found that when we create a much smaller fovea connected to a smart system to move it around, the speed of learning is much higher. So the smaller was the fovea, the less steps were necessary for the robot to learn to grasp the apple on the screen. So another thing that we were able to study was what kind of a representation the robot learned of the environment, what is inside his brain, his neural network. And actually, we were interested not only in relevant objects like the green and the red. In this case, they are very specific for the task. The red object is always on the left of the green. But we wanted to see what it learns about random objects. In this case, blue objects are random. And actually, we found that there was a quite not random representation of the object. It was quite strong. And this took some time to understand the reason why. And at the end, we found that actually, because the system learned a strategy of exploring the world, and he actually disregards the blue objects and considers them only if they are in specific conditions, only if they are on the left of the green thing and on the same column of the red one. So actually, what happens is that the world that the agent sees, observing it with his own small eye, is something like this, because it never gets to this object. So this random object is not random anymore. It gets a specific position near the red object and provides information to the robot. So actually, the main information to get from here is that what people learn in a world is not really the representation of the world itself, of its structure, but is the representation they get considering the way they explore it, the way they observe it. So actually, after they interact with your environment, they will know that there is something in that environment only if they end up over that object often, and if that object is gets attention. Otherwise, we'll not get into the model representation, in the knowledge of the users. And finally, another thing we got is that we were able to observe the evolution of the behaviors of the agent. And actually, we found that different behaviors were developed over time. So once one behavior was developed and was stable, like using the target, touching the target, the agent learned to go to the target from other objects, for example, and to stay away from useless objects. So all these things were learned one after the other. So from these more slides, just wanted to give you some information about the fact that your user will adapt to their environment. They will learn about the context, they will learn about the objects, and actually what they learn will define what they know of your environment, how they believe it is built. And actually also that new skills are acquired after previous skills are developed. So actually it's something on the social agents. One thing you have to consider when you are creating social environments is that we have a specific way to observe other users, other people in real environment, but this is not the same when we are seeing pictures of other people. So this works, I will share the slides, were provided by Tom Folsham in Essex. And actually some experiments comparing how we interact with other people. And so when we can, and so recording eye movements during social interaction and eye movements during observation of the same social interaction. And actually show that there is a strong difference in the way we observe other people when we know that they are observing us. And another thing that he showed that eye movements are strongly connected with the context, for example, with the conversation. So if you're going to create an environment, an agent that is going to work in this environment and going to interact with other users, you have to deal with these kind of differences. So with the way that people would observe other people in virtual reality, if you want that the agents are realistic. Other work we did was to study how people observe other people doing actions. This can be very important for supporting collaboration. And there is this paper on Nature on, I think it's 2015. And actually in that paper, they show that actually we are able to anticipate other people targets with our eyes. And this is based on the idea that we are using their same motor system so that it helps us predicting their movement. But this is missing a lot of information actually. What Guido showed before, that actually object shape can strongly affect the shape of the hand. And this is actually used by humans to predict what other humans are going to do. So actually, when we are going to grasp an object is small or big, and we shape our hands properly, the observers can totally change the way they anticipate our movements. But all these works were missing the what we were saying before, the focus and the constraints. Because when we are observing somebody, we don't have a screen with a small picture in front of us and we see everything. We may be in a condition where we see only part of the situation. And actually, to predict other people, we need much more information. We need affordances, and we need information about the factors. So actually, the typical example I do for this is if you want to predict where this mouse is going, you need to know if there is cheese and if there is a cat behind it. So to predict the action of somebody, a user in your video game, in your virtual reality environment, we need to explore, we need to find other elements in the scene. And this is not a trivial problem if you're creating an agent, because you need to combine multiple elements, so the actors and the affordances in the environment, but also there will be time constraints. So you have to move the camera in the right place at the right moment. So there are multiple models in AI to solve these kind of problems. We created one that goes on robots, and actually is based on prediction of other intents, creating hypotheses of where the target could be. And what we do is to use a information theoretic model that actually aims at minimizing the entropy on our uncertainty of what other people are doing. So actually, if you create this kind of model, at the end, you have the optimal balance between observing the context and observing the agent. And you can get much faster and more accurate recognition of other people's action. And actually, you can obtain it on a robot. So this kind of approach can be used in many other conditions, try to minimize uncertainty of what other people do to decide where to watch. And in richer environments, you may want to help users to find information, like in this case, this user is looking for a survivor, and the robot has to understand what the user wants to do and anticipate him. So same approach, trying to minimize uncertainty, and or try to minimize uncertainty on what somebody can be doing, moving the camera around. So what is the point of view you choose to observe somebody? This can be like seen as a Kubrick approach, where you will put the camera in a scene to optimize the experience of the user. So we are trying to do this with deep learning. And in this case, we have like videos with multiple people interacting. And the robot has to choose from which point of view to observe. Started the master simulation 2 years ago. And then the last thing we are trying to do that is related to perception and social interaction is creating a adaptive model of theory of mind. So if you want to understand what is theory of mind, is to understand what are the beliefs of somebody else. So in this case, for example, the red dressed girl put an object inside this box, and the blue dressed one moves the object. So if you observe this scene, you need to have a model of the belief of this of the red girl to understand where she will watch. And if you consider this kind of setup, you can imagine that humans can lose a lot of information, and that the system may need to provide help to tell them where what they are looking for is now, and it's necessary for it to find what information is missing for the user. So previously we were using Bayesian model that estimate beliefs and so on, but these kind of models are usually hardwired. So now we are trying to learn how to find the information that the users need to see. So this is all. Sorry for the long talk. I hope that the slides will be useful, and thanks.
Thank you very much, Dimitri. Very nice talk. And I think that in the meantime, David could start the sharing, and if someone in the meantime has some questions for Dimitri, he could answer. I think that everybody that everything that you explained is very useful in the context of virtual augmented reality, since there are a lot of interesting stuff. For example, the fact of the field of view, or the fact that you have a lot of different stimuli around the user, and you have to consider attention and where the user is looking. Also to exploit in an efficient way. I hear my voice. To exploit in an efficient way the fact that some headsets now have eye trackers, and I think that everything could be exploited in a nice manner in an actual system, virtual reality system. So thank you very much. Just my comment about your talk that has a lot of interesting hints.
Thanks for the question.
Okay, David, you can start. We see your screen.
Hello, everybody. If you hear a baby crying, that's normal. That would be my
sorry, David, we see your screen, but not your presentation.
Yeah. I'm going to do that. I just wanted to warn you about possibilities of crying babies.
Okay.
Okay, do you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for all the other talk. And I'm going to put myself somewhat in a sort of bird view here, because what I'm going to talk about is somewhat much higher level of processing. So it kind of relies on the assumption that a lot of things that we have seen today, all the computer vision and the classification process, and all the bottom-up process in terms of saliency, etc., and even more, is solved. Somewhat, I'm going to talk about modeling human consciousness to enable human-like processing and behaviors in robotics and virtual agents. Somewhat consciousness, which is not just vision, but also integrate multiple modalities, rely on many underlying unconscious processing, but it's somewhat like a virtual reality in which we have access to objects in 3D. They are already categorized. They come with a load of properties that have been extracted and we can operate on. So what I'm trying to do in my lab really quick, sorry, I'm going to start the timer, be sure, is to use virtual reality as a shared playground for, let's call it, artificial intelligence and humans. So I'm actually trying to model the human mind and to apply it to virtual agents, but also robotics. So we start from psychological model. We're very interested in the phenomenology of subjective experience to try to find ways of modeling consciousness. Then we convert that into computational model using mathematics and algorithmics, and then we can embed that into agents, into, for instance, virtual humans, to try to understand and predict human behavior and conversely. So I'm going to talk today about different points, very general introduction about consciousness, cybernetic and active inference. I'm going to glance over the free energy principle in the context of active inference, and then introduce the model we developed with my collaborator called the projective consciousness model, and show how its principle can be applied to understand perception illusion, but also appraisal and emotion, imagination and motivation, and social perspective taking, and become a generative model of joint attention and social anxiety. And we'll see also things about false belief. And then I'm going to briefly talk about how we develop VR more than AR frameworks to actually embed that into the virtual environments. But the example I'm going to show are going to be mostly robotics with some twist, some tweak. So after all, you know, we all have a sense that we have a consciousness, and we may wonder what is the function of consciousness in nature. Philosophers and cognitive scientists are wondering. Here we'll start from a proposition is that consciousness, the supramodal integration and object-based perspectival space from which we operate, is part of a cybernetic process, a process of governance, relying on active inference for the control of situated autonomous systems like us. So basically, in active inference, you operate based on prior beliefs and preference. So there are a lot of priors. And on this basis, you try to make inference about the best course of actions. And then you may act to confirm or disconfirm your beliefs or your preference based on sensory evidence that you're going to collect that gives you feedback. And that process, we see and we believe that consciousness is in the middle of it. One of the interesting things that has been emphasized by Carl Friston from UCL is that active inference entails free energy minimization. Not going to enter into the math detail today. I'm not a mathematician, but I work with mathematicians, and they would be better off to present to you. I could, but we have no time anyway to some extent. So, but free energy minimization in general will entail minimization of violation of expectations, whatever they are, maximization of preferences, and maximization also of information integration. And it entails approximate Bayesian global optimality. And it's basically an upper bound to the information theoretical concept of surprise, which is a quantity that measures a divergence from prior belief associated with a generative model, let's call it M, of expected sensory evidence, S, as confronted to effective sensory evidence after action. Could be also after imaginary action, as you may see. So within this general framework, you know, that basically is the heart of the projective consciousness model, we have developed this projective consciousness model that emphasizes some aspects of consciousness that we think are keys and that are necessary to understand how we perform active inference, humans and maybe some other animals. In the world we live in, there is a selective pressure to incorporate an integrative 3D spatial model of the self as a situated agent, taking perspective from a point of view, imaginary or perceptual, but also of its relation of incidence with alterity. You want to know whether or not you are on the path of a train that is coming towards you, or the zebra on the path of the lion. And one of the essential things that we do through consciousness within this virtual world of consciousness is also taking perspective to understand possible point of views, or point of view in the future, but also the point of view of others. So we are dealing with something that is fundamentally at the crossroad of perception and imagination, if you want to use these kind of folk psychology words that are, to me, very important. So among the different proposals about the theory of consciousness, you know, the people have been thinking about consciousness as a field somehow. Bernard Barr and Stanislas Dehaene have talked about a global workspace that integrates multimodal information. Giulio Tononi has been more focused on the very notion of information integration, and of course, us and others have been emphasizing that consciousness is actually useful to perform active inference. But then if you ask yourself, what can we say more about the phenomenology of consciousness? Can we ask questions as, but how do we integrate information? What is the shape of the way we integrate information? So ask questions that are bizarre, like what is the form of the field of consciousness? You can make a few statements that are rather common sense. We experience the world as a subjective 3D space in perspective, which is not trivial. There is an elusive point of view, and that's true in imagination and perception. Based on this and a few more rationale I won't detail here, that implies somehow that the so-called field of consciousness, at least as a spatial structure, is based on 3D projective geometry. It involves the construction and the construction of content within a projective space, which require about homogeneous coordinate fully projective transformation, and therefore will involve at each instant if you reach the calibration of a 3D projective frame. This is very familiar to in computer vision, this notion of projective geometry, and even to robotics, but often so it's understood for projecting 3D worlds onto an image plane. I'm talking about a projective space in 3D here. And we are saying that it's governed by Fourier transformation, which is kind of odd here. Without spending too much time on that, I'm just showing to you what happens on a very simple scene when we manipulate this so-called fourth dimension that control the perspectives, basically. And you can obtain very wild involution and bizarre things that are a bit psychedelic, and that may happen when you leave the matrix and all these degrees of freedom somewhat play out. But in real world, we calibrate things around sensory motor contingencies that constrain much more the projection. It's good to have a spatial structure and say, okay, subjective experience as a space is a 3D projective space which is transformed by projective transformation, but it's used to appraise a complex and uncertain world in which we need to orient ourselves. And the key goal for us is to anticipate the consequences of our actions and ask ourselves, what if I did that? Maybe that's not a good idea. And on top of that, we live in a world where there are multiple and contradictory motives. So thank you. And and it becomes a problem that is impossible to solve. So we have to find, best estimate to solve a problem of global subjective optimization, trying to satisfy everything the best we can. So this is a general introduction about the principles behind the model. And now I'm going to show you how, from these principles, when we work out the details of the modeling and the mathematics, we can actually account for a lot of things that can then be the basis for building artificial agents. So the theory of consciousness should explain visual perception, of course, not only, and including illusions. And we can explain many different illusions. One of them, we have a recent paper published in the Journal of Theoretical Biology about it, is the moon illusion. The moon appears larger when it is basically at the horizon, and it appears much smaller when it is up in the sky. So if you understand here in the context of our model, if you understand that our model suppose that the system is trying to calibrate a 3D projective frame based on free energy minimization, actually, you can find out that you can explain this illusion fairly well by basically assuming that you are trying to maximize information sampling that comes from free energy minimization. So actually, there is a negentropy term in it, and in that negentropy term, when it's bigger, free energy is smaller. So it's actually is related to information, and that is actually something that will control the projective frames. If you want more details, sorry, I'm not doing a great job in explaining it, go and look at the paper. But what we can do from there is that we can do simulations based on the model that predict how the moon is going to behave perceptually, consciously, as a function of elevation. And we can then implement virtual reality experiments that try to quantify the psychophysics of the experience of the illusion, and by comparing different moons, the target moons and moons at different elevations. And as it turns out, it seems that specific models that make prediction about very specific non-linear curves is a good approximation. It seems to fit relatively well experimental data. So we say, okay, we can model a few interesting things, but how about appraisal and emotion? How can we understand that in this context? Well, at multiple levels, actually. Generally speaking, if you consider the statistics of free energy across successive field of consciousness, so the field of consciousness I have here and now, the one I'm projecting myself through, in the future through imagination, maybe another one that I predict from there, you can get fairly rich models to understand emotion. So let's say that you have a system that is capable of quantifying, categorizing safety, and then we'll associate to that a free energy. So remember, we want to minimize free energy. So if we quantify safety, If we diverge from safety, we're going to have higher free energy. So it's a cost function, if you wish, of sorts. And so in this case, I'm just showing an example. For this agent, the past was better, so free energy was lower. In the present situation, it's higher. And the system anticipates, no matter what it does, that it will keep growing and growing and growing. It's kind of a model of anxiety. And then when you combine multiple layers of appraisal, safety, and hedonicity, you can have a multivariate estimate. And in that case, here is kind of a model of hope. Altogether, the different quantities at initial condition in the past, you have a rather high free energy, it was not good. At the present, it's still rather high, but for some reason, you can imagine solutions that are in the future associated with a lower free energy, and that gives a path to the agent to act, because remember, based on emotional quantification, remember the agent wants to minimize free energy. But it's not only at the general level of free energy, we can see the interest of the model for emotion and appraisal. But just if you think now about the specificity of a model with this projective component, we may wonder, after all, if we frame the world in a 3D virtual perspectival way, does this perspectival structure actually play a role in the way we appraise things? Certainly, it's not the basis of every appraisal, but it may contribute. And so one of the classical findings in the psychophysics literature is that there is a psychophysics distance that is being defined by Stevens. It's a power law, basically. When you expose people to danger, and danger is a function of distance, and you ask them to appraise that, in fact, it seems that the appraisal of danger follow this power law with a negative exponent. Basically, when the object is farther, the object is less scary than when it is closer. When if you look within the maths of projective transformation, actually it implies Stevens distance with a negative exponent. So somehow the very fact that we frame information through projective geometry may actually account for the fact that we have this effect of subjective feeling of fear or other emotions as a function of distance that follows the law of basically the inverse distance. Very well. Now, what can we say about imaginary projections towards goals? And we know that they can motivate us to face challenge. For instance, when we have to climb a mountain, and we know it's hard. We visualize ourselves at the top of the mountain, and maybe that pleasant view is a motivation. So according to our model, imagination as a projective mechanism is a solution to get out of local minima of energy, in our case of free energy. Basically, if around you there is no solution that is so great, you can project yourself farther away or in a different place and try to find a place that you believe has a lower free energy. So let's look at what happens when we do that. We develop this model and we apply it to little robots that are very poor in terms of their sensing capabilities. So I have to warn you, there are a lot of hacks and basically message passing algorithms to shortcut their limitation in vision. They express emotion with sound, but the robots have no basic good mic to record. So we actually use message passing to already directly forward this kind of information with those robots. So here it's a robot that has no imagination depth. It's never able really to project itself in the future. It doesn't like the yellow robots here. I don't know if you can see there is a yellow color. Doesn't like the blue colored cube, but does like or would like the purple or rose color or magenta colored cube. Don't pay attention to the other robot, it's not important. So what happens is that whenever the robot is confronted to the cube it doesn't like, it doesn't know what to do, it cannot project itself in the future. So its best solution, its best strategy is to turn its back onto the cube and move away, basically. Right? since I have not much time, I'm kind of passing on the video to show you different part of the video. Okay, let me now move to the next slide. So now we give those robots imagination depth. They can project themselves and ask themselves, what if I do that, and then that, and then that, etc., etc. That's not the right video. Here it is. So basically, I'm going to pass on the videos to show the robot is able to project itself in the future and understand that there is a better place. And so it is able to accept having a transient increase in free energy divergence from preferences, if you wish, because there is a better world out there. And at the end, of course, the robot is able to overcome the obstacle and get to the point where it's a better place according to the framework. So if you look at free energy as a function of imagination depth here over those agents, of course, the end state has the lowest free energy, the more imagination depth you have. So one of the things I should mention is that actually the robots are governed by virtual representation of themselves, like for instance in Unity. They have a virtual body, they have a representation of the virtual body of others, and they have a representation of virtual body of virtual objects and the space. And so in fact, the robots are governed within a kind of game engine that use virtual reality or to represent itself. So this applies to virtual agents as well. So now one of the questions we may have, so okay, that's good, but how does that generalize or apply to social cognition, a problem related to social cognition? Well, the same projective mechanisms. And when I talk about projective mechanism, it's not just the projective geometrical aspect of it, it's the whole embedding of the projective geometry within the active influence framework under free energy minimization yields the same projective mechanism, yield a generative model of quote-unquote intersubjectivity. Because after all, perspective can be attributed to other agents, and instead of using one's own prior belief, the agent builds models of the prior beliefs of the others, including what they believe about the agent or about other agents, including what they prefer. And then they can try to infer that those preferences using different inversion scheme from emotion expression and spatial behavior or whatever we can categorize of the behavior of others to update their internal model of what they believe the other believe, and maybe what they believe the other believe that the other believe. That's what we are doing right now. So let's look at robots that have this type of capabilities. So that is that not only do they imagine themselves in the future, but they imagine how the other robot is going to act based on the prior they attribute to the other robot, and how their action will influence the other robot. And also in that case, they are influenced by the others. So if another robot is expressing very positive emotion towards something, maybe they will progressively change their initial preferences and change their mind. So this is what we show here. So the robot on the top has a prior preference for the blue cube, and the robot on the bottom has a prior preference for the magenta cube. And then they are both doing social perspective taking, and one more than the other at the beginning. And this is what happened. So I'm skipping a bit the videos because it's long. So first they approach the cube they like, but progressively the yellow robot is going to be influenced by the green robot at the bottom. I'm going to move that faster. Okay, you can see now he understands that if he's getting closer to the cube of the other robot like, he's going to like it. I mean, it's not, it's understand. Now that the other robot likes the other cube, and you understand that being the other robot implies that you enjoy being there, and he is influenced by the other robots. Progressively, it updates its own prior preferences, and what that does is that it actually generates, which is very important from a psychological standpoint, joint attention behaviors. Now they are sharing the same interest. They both project themselves in the shoes of the others, and they basically mutually reinforce their preference, and they start somehow playing, if you wish. So that's the idea. So now, without social perspective taking, they don't do that. So I'm going to skip that because we are in time limit. But one of the things that may, so what happens here, sorry, is that when you do compare case with robots that have no theory of mind, quote unquote, or social perspective taking versus robots that do, then you look at an index of joint attention, whether or not they are looking together at the same thing when they have theory of mind and they get influenced by each other. Of course, joint attention is higher on average than when they don't, as you would expect. And as you know, social perspective taking may be dysfunctional in autism spectrum disorder, and the fact that it's dysfunctional may explain why they have a hard time, autistic kids have a hard time to show joint attention behavior. So that's basically what this model yields. So now let's look at other type of prior you can put in the robot and see what happens when you do that in terms of symptomatic or more generally in terms of behavior. So now we have a robot, the yellow robot on the top, that like the blue cube. The green robot like the magenta cube. The green robot doesn't really care about the yellow robot, but the yellow robot believes that the green robot doesn't like it. So whenever the robot imagines itself getting close to the green robot and put itself in the shoe of the green robot, that means that from the perspective attributed to the green robot, free energy is going to increase. And since the yellow robot include that into its own computation, basically its own overall free energy increase. So it will tend to be avoidant. So let's say the approach at the beginning. I'm skipping some part of the video to save time. And now you're going to see when the green robot is going to get closer. Oh, this guy doesn't like it. Why? Because it believes it's going to bother the green robots. That's the reason why it's moving away in that case. Now, if you look at free energy, when you do not have this social anxiety sort of priors about, anxiety about being negatively judged, free energy at the end is smaller. And of course, when you do have that, in that case, it remains quite high, no matter what minimization strategy you use, because you keep believing that the other doesn't like you. It's like being in the schoolyard the first time you arrive at school and you see all those kids, you would like to play with them, but maybe you believe they're going to laugh at you and you're afraid to get close to them. So that's a result. That kind of type of behaviors is naturally generated by this model. Now we were talking about the false belief task, and I'm going to give you an example here that adapts the famous Sally's task, which is a classics, where basically this is Sally in red, and she put her ball in the yellow box and leave the scene. And on the other hand, there is Anne that is going to play a trick on Sally, and she moves the box from the yellow to the gray box. So the question that is asked to kids is, when Sally comes back, where is she going to look? If you don't understand false belief, you're going to say, well, she's going to look where the ball was initially, that is, in the yellow basket. But if you do understand that by being absent, she couldn't update her prior beliefs, and therefore, I messed up the thing. So if she doesn't have the ability to understand, if the kid doesn't have the ability to understand false belief, she's going to just think that, well, Sally, when she comes back, is going to go pick the ball that is in the gray box now. But if the kid understands false belief, on the contrary, he knows or she knows that Sally still believes that the ball is in the yellow box. And so therefore, we'll say, well, she's going to look in the yellow box. And apparently for this particular task, you need to be about 4-year-old, even though there are proof that you can do that much earlier than that. That's a bit of an artifact of the task. False beliefs are encoded much earlier in children. So in the spirit of adapting that here, what you have, I'm going to try to hurry. is that you may try to see if a robot is able to take advantage of the other's false belief based on our algorithm. So basically, the two robots, the green and the yellow, they kind of have preference for this cube, and you'll see it as a color mark initially, but they kind of don't like each other. So they want to approach the cube, but whenever they imagine approaching the cube, they imagine that they also predict how the other is going to act. So they imagine that they are going to get closer to the other, and they don't like that. This is to kind of create a situation of competition. So the two robots are actually conflicted. Now, this is what happens. So we show the cubes. That's the one, you know, they're kind of interested. They would get closer if they were not anticipating to be closer to the other, if they would get closer to the cube. And then, I'm going to try to move that. Sorry, so basically the other robot cannot see, and we intervert the cubes, and they cannot recognize the cube. Huh? It's important here. So what happened is that this robot knows now that this robot still believes that the green robot still believes that the yellow robot believes the cube that is likable is here. This one could not update his prior beliefs because, of course, he was not looking. So now the robot is actually knowing that the cube has switched, is actually able to take advantage of that. It doesn't care to move towards the cube because it assumes and predicts that the other robot will go towards the other cube. So it's a way to show how kind of through a trick, a robot can take advantage of the fact that it has updated its own belief, but it has not updated the belief of the other robot because it knows that the other robot was not looking, so to speak. So one of the things we do now, and I'm over time, I guess, but I'm not the only one, so I'm going to try to conclude relatively fast. We are building a test called the Asimov test that is inspired from clinical and developmental psychological evaluation along multiple dimensions to ask clinical psychologists to evaluate our robots and our virtual agents. We are developing a virtual version of that and see how much the evaluation of the development of the machine in terms of psychology depends on its parameter, the ability to do perspective taking, the ability to project itself in the future, etc., etc. And that's two master students working on that. We don't have the result yet, but maybe next year I'll show you. And also because we want to do that in virtual reality, we are developing advanced virtual humans with somewhat advanced emotion expression abilities. And here is the word of my postdoc, Yvan Tisserand, in which we are trying to include in facial expression not only musculoskeletal aspects, so whether you smile or you frown, but also physiological aspects related to the autonomic nervous system. I'm trying to get at that to show it to you. Okay, maybe that's at the beginning. Yeah. So we have the parasympathetic and the sympathetic channels. So parasympathetic make your skin redder, pupils are smaller. Sympathetic, on the contrary, make you pale and sweat and your pupil have dilatation. We believe it's very important non-verbal signal above and beyond the facial expression like smiling. Why? Because we can have a voluntary control on smile, etc. in social context, but not or much less on the autonomic nervous system. So that's the type of virtual human we developed to then connect them to our model. And I'm trying to move to the next slide. I'm going to skip that. We are building virtual reality tools in order to be able to actually implement experiments with humans that are like gamified experiments with complex situations, for instance, where you have to, your ability to succeed in a task will depend on your ability to take perspective on through the eyes of another agent by combining what you see of its spatial behavior and also emotional expression. And my PhD student, Tirawat Monor, is working on that and developing a very sophisticated protocol, including multiple contingencies of false belief and true belief between agents, in which there are moral dilemmas, basically, where you have to save yourself or another one in a facility in which hostages are tortured. It needs to be effective emotionally, and now we have a much more advanced version of that experiments that have been developed by 3 master students. We are trying to make things as immersive as possible, so it has to be well done, and we hope it's going to be effective. And finally, sorry, I went a bit over time. I have to acknowledge my collaborators, the great mathematician Daniel Benquin, the great Carl Friston, neuroscientist, and my great philosopher friend Kenneth Williford, and people in my lab, Yvan Tisserand, the mathematician Grégoire Sergent-Pertuis, who is going to join us soon as he finishes PhD with Daniel, Olivier Bailey, our software engineers, Tirawat Mono, PhD student on the project, and a variety of master students that are helping. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, if you have any questions that you'd like to ask, I had to go very fast on certain things, so I'm sure many things were unclear and could be better explained.
Hi, David. Talk.
Yeah,
I am Fabio. And it's very interesting the different application of your theory. And the imagination and the projective phase is similar to what happens in computation for demography. You are able to see a more dimensional space and then project the dimensional space. Is it?
Can you reformulate your question, because I could not hear everything?
Yes. I think that the mathematical formulation of imagination is the four-dimensional matrix describe the projective geometry.
That's the geometrical part of the imagination.
Yeah, indeed. And for example, you are able to explain the illusion. And do you think that it's possible also to explain another illusion or see from a different point of view the same context, the same scene?
Yes, so there are maybe 2 questions here. So to answer the question, can we explain other illusions? Yes. Actually, we can explain several. We did so qualitatively somehow in our first paper in 2017 about the Necker cubes, and also illusion of self-perception in virtual reality, whereby you perceive yourself as located at a different spot than your actual point of view, of illusions of embodiment, if you wish, that can be manipulated with virtual reality. We can explain that. And in the moon illusion paper, although we don't detail that, but we have other study in preparation, we show how beyond the moon illusion, we can also explain the famous Ames room illusion. Why do we have this, this room where you look through a pinhole, so you only see monocularly with one eye, and the room is actually shaped in a way that one of the corners is farther than the other, and since you only see in 2D, the projection that respects standard projective geometry is identical on one eye, whether or not the room is actually normal or kind of shaped that way. And then when you look at this illusion and somebody walk in the room, in order to preserve consistency somehow of the overall things, you have the impression that this person, when the person is moving from right to left, for instance, is all of a sudden changing size. And that's actually very easily explainable by your projective geometry model based on free energy minimization. Because the idea is that when you have a 2D information, your consciousness basically in order to constitute your conscious experience, you always try to reconstruct a 3D perspective, a 3D space, right? So, but you base your inference on 2D, and the assumption that minimized free energy is the one that has the most standard room, basically, and that's the one that has the strongest constraint on the experience. One of the predictions we could make is that use the same setup as an experimental as Ames room, but now instead of modifying the room respecting projective geometry, make make transformation of the room that are not actually accountable by projective geometry, and we expect that then the experience will be totally bizarre, and people will really see the room as completely abnormal, which is not the case in the standard experiment. So we can explain several visual illusions, but I need to emphasize that this model is not about vision, or instead I would say that vision is subordinate in the overall economy of cognitive processing to a supramodal space that is the space of consciousness, that vision serves to inform, to the limit of the visual field. But audition, proprioception, all the spatial information you can derive is actually used to build that model. So in my view, the eyes and the fact that they work that way, and the way the visual system process information is not the reason why your visual experience is this 3D perspectival experience. Is the contrary. The system is trying to represent the world in a 3D perspectival ways for the more general reason I invoked, and therefore it needs sensory organs that helps to do that. And vision is a good one because of its access to telemetric information. It's very precise. So it's, in fact, if you wish to understand vision, including the bottom-up process in vision, you need to understand the top-down organizing features, which include the need to build a projective representation in 3D in order to perform active inference. So I don't know if that answers your question, Fabio.
Yes, I agree. Yes, I agree. Thanks.
You're welcome. So I don't know if we have time for other questions, but anyway, so maybe one last question if somebody is interested and willing. It's my experience that with these remote virtual interactions, we don't get as many questions or nice interaction as in real world interaction. So there is a big progress to be made in terms of immersiveness or whatever. Because across all day, we did not get many questions, which is, maybe people do not dare to speak. No further question? All right. So I guess I'm going to stop here and give back the hand. Wait. Was there another question? No. So Manuela, perhaps you can conclude. Manuela, are you there?
Maybe she has a problem with connection.
Okay, so should somebody conclude the session?
I am trying to contact her.
Well, if anybody has questions in the meantime, maybe about my talk or other talk or general question that about things that were not covered, maybe that's an opportunity.
Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I was
No,
thinking
yes,
about
yes.
Okay. Alexander told me that nobody was hear me. Okay, now you should hear me without well. Okay, thank you everybody
Yes.
for Fabio. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, now yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you everybody for attending the tutorial. Many people attended inside Virbela, and I also saw that many attendees also on YouTube. Unfortunately, I think that in-person meetings are still better. It is something that we have to admit also in a virtual augmented reality conference. So less interaction is possible in a pure virtual reality environment, but I think that everybody enjoyed the tutorial. We had many great talks addressing different aspects of perception and human perception inside virtual environment. And I think that we also added we can also touch ourselves how perception and interaction is in virtual reality by using this system. So we can we add the opportunity of meeting and add this tutorial, but unfortunately with less interaction. I would like to thank Fabio, Giovanni Maria, Guido, Dimitri, David for their talks. I think that we had a lot of interesting hints and topics to be discussed. So feel free to ask us. Also, you can reach us by mail or by Twitter, or you can write to us if you'd like to have more discussion about the topics we discussed today. Since I know that the tutorial is heterogeneous, but the idea was to have an heterogeneous and multidisciplinary tutorial. So it is exactly what we wanted, and we hope to have provided to you something new to be explored and to be taken into account in order to improve virtual reality and augmented reality systems, in order to take into consideration our perception and the human being inside the virtual reality. I would like to thank you, everybody, and hope to see you soon, maybe with the next to CAIVARS tutorials, hopefully in presence for next ISMAR. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And I think I cannot hear nobody. David, I cannot hear you.
Me? Hello? You are talking, Manuela, you are talking about me, David Rudroff?
Okay.
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, could you hear me during my talk?
Perfectly.
Okay, because Dimitri had a hard time.
No, your talk was great. I heard everything.
Okay, because some people have technical issues. Yeah, so I guess it's also a matter of network bandwidth. I have a good network at home, but all right. So thank you, everybody. Huh? So I guess we can say goodbye, and next time we'll meet in person, hopefully.
Hopefully, yes.
Hopefully, in person is better.
Oh yeah.
I have taken some snapshots, some photos of ourselves. Bye, Victor. Thank you for to all the student volunteers who helped us a lot. Also for the technical issues that arise during the tutorial, and for the one. Ismar now continues for the next sessions, and it is a wonderful conference, so enjoy the conference.
Grazie, Manuela. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Ciao a tutti.
Ciao a tutti.